just a hair past 4:30, so we will call the meeting to order. Butler Community College Board of Trustees, it's our regular board meeting, December 13th, 2022. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Trustee Smith, I understand you have some proposed amendments to the agenda.
Yes, the first one, I'm going to add a violation of board policy item, board action item.
We have a second.
Second.
Here's the practical problem we face. For full disclosure, the complaint was filed by Trustee Smith against me. So it's not something that I can administer. Our bylaws direct that it be administered by the vice chair, who is not here tonight due to a family emergency. So it is,
Secretary.
that's not how the policy specifies vice chair. My understanding from talking with Mary Martha yesterday is she intends to appoint a committee to look into this in the same manner that was done last month. I don't think she has to be here to do that. That can happen between now and next month to where the item can still be taken up for action at the January meeting. Because it will be at least 30 days after the complaint was filed before that meeting. With that in mind, I wouldn't support amending the agenda because I don't think there's anything we can do about it
And I
tonight.
did address it to vice chair. Good, so I assume that's how it changed. I can move on to number 2, we'll just see that way. That's all right.
Are you withdrawing that motion then?
Let's go with this.
Okay.
We can't do anything with it.
Okay, your next item.
The second one, I moved to move the approval of the minutes for action items. So the minutes are. So I'd like to move that to.
That would be H. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
It would be
I was
H.
planning-
this was already on. Okay. Okay.
There's just one little bit of wording I'd like to move to change.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion about moving the board minutes to an action item?
Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay.
Also,
She's a family emergency.
I'll have another one of the consent agenda. I'd like to move item DC, the clinical agreement for Rock Regional Hospital. The board action item. I'd just like to talk about it a little bit.
Do we have a second?
Discussion item.
It'd be 9I.
Okay, trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay.
Or I would like to add an item to the board strategic discussion area. To be AP. I would just like to talk briefly about construction. So the construction instructor is retired. So I'd like to like an update on how we're looking on construction.
Second. Second.
I believe I said I moved to. I don't remember now.
I-
I'm just reading.
I think we understood it that way, so I think that's fine. Any discussion about that?
I have questions as well. We have that discussion.
Well, yeah, the whole board will discuss it. Sure. If we amend it to do that.
Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes. And the final item, I would like to add another item for the strategic discussion. Reading the bylaws and also the state laws, I ran across it says board of trustee members, trustees shall be paid mileage. I've never been paid mileage or seen the mileage book or reporting, so I'd just like to discuss that and figure out how go ahead and make sure everybody's being paid mileage. So they're not violating that policy. I just had a discussion.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do we have any other amendments to the agenda?
Yes, please. There was just one. I want to pull the agreement for Rose Hill out of the consent agenda, just to ask questions or forget about it and put it in wherever you want it to discuss.
I'm not, what agreement about Rose Hill are you referring to? Is it the
You
artic?
have no
the-
idea that-
the
Are you talking
articulate-
about the CEP
Yeah,
agreement?
there's a whole bunch of them in here. And I just can give you the page.
Yeah, what page is it on?
Put it in. Here. Okay, it was on page 118. I just want to be able to discuss it and ask questions.
Okay, so that would be, do we have a second? Okay, so that would be proposed action item 9J.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. If your mic is not on, please make sure
Oh,
it's on.
sorry.
I'm getting some text messages.
Yeah,
so
that's
people
me.
can't hear,
My
so-
mic.
Hello?
And I think it needs to be an action item because we have to approve it. So
Okay, I
that's
would
why I
second
say
it.
as an action item.
Yeah.
Trustee Brongart,
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear what the
Okay.
motion was.
you want to abstain on?
The motion is to move the approval of the Rose Hill CEP agreement from the consent agenda to the regular board action item agenda for discussion.
Okay, yes.
Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Any other amendments to the agenda? If not, I would
hope not.
entertain a motion to approve the agenda as
Chair.
it's been amended.
I did have one question because we had talked about having a separate or during executive session, have a small amount of time at the end for board discussion.
It's
It
built
just
into
wasn't
the,
printed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
yes, it'll be part of that.
Yeah.
Exec session at the end of the meeting. Okay, would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended.
Motion to approve.
I would second.
Sorry, 1 second. Trustee Brongart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Amended agenda is approved. We will move on to recognitions. Dr. Kroll.
Thank you. The first recognition, and I'm going to sit here, Greg Cole is here in the room. I'm going to sit so I can speak in front of my microphone. Greg Cole, who's longtime butler, instructor in our culinary department and creator and owner and master cookie baker of his company, Little Bits, was and huge supporter of community service and advocacy in the community, was just recently awarded the Robert J. Dole Distinguished Service Award, which is a very prestigious award at the Veterans Coming Home Salute for 2022. And we've got a great video that we want to play for you to recognizes Greg and talks a little bit about his company and his service. And so we want to do that for you real quick here.
Most weekday mornings, you can find Greg Cole in his baker's jacket at St. Paul AME Church. Not here for religious services, those are on Sunday mornings, as the sign says. But Cole makes use of the church kitchen to bake cookies. Not just any cookies. The dough going in the oven will come out in 10 minutes, ready to be bagged as Little Bits gourmet cookie bites.
Once I get the tray full, it holds 40 sheets, And then that tells me I have 100 bags of cookies ready to go.
And he bakes those every weekday morning, leaving his afternoons and evenings free for his other interests. Of course, the baker gets to do the taste test.
You can truly taste all 7 different spices in this cookie. So it's not your regular ginger snap. It is a great cookie. Actually, it's the tiny cookie with the big taste.
Greg Cole, born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland. His Baltimore neighborhood wasn't a pleasant environment then, he says.
And in the city of Baltimore at that time, we had a lot of gang activity going on, so I wanted to get away from it all.
Seeing an uncle in Army uniform gave Cole inspiration.
Because my uncle came home from Vietnam, and I thought that was one of the best things that I could have ever seen in my entire life. He was in full regalia and uniform, and I said I wanted to be just like him. So I went and signed up for the Army.
The Army sent Cole to Korea, where he was a radio operator listening to North Korean communications.
And listening to everything that was going on to make sure that we weren't going to be caught off guard in the event that North Korea decided that they were going to make a strike against us.
Cole was not one of those reluctant Army volunteers. Cole says he loved his time in service.
If I had to do it all over again, I'd do it yesterday.
He was in the Army 18 years and the National Guard for 7 years, retiring as a master sergeant. Cole served as an Army recruiter since 1979. Cole says Army service is a regimented culture where you're always told what to do. Because of that, Cole says he went back to school at Butler Community College, Newman University, and Southwestern in Winfield to get his college degrees in leadership. He says the difference in leadership between the Army and civilian life is like the difference in night and day.
Service is a little different in the civilian sector. Servant out here is servanthood and being a part of a community where you're giving back to make sure that the community that you live in is progressing and growing.
Cole uses what he's learned from starting his own business to help guide others into business ownership. Cole and others established the Heartland Black Chamber of Commerce supporting minority businesses. Cole teaches culinary arts at Butler and at Southwestern. He's also a motivational speaker.
I do more public speaking and motivational speaking than I do anything else.
He teaches customer service, effective listening, time management, and how to build your organization. His time management for the busy senior can be seen on PBS Kansas Friday, December 9th. And he's added stage acting to his resume of things he does.
So I started acting earlier this year, and so far it has paid off tremendously.
Cole teaches recipes for success to others. No secrets there. But when it comes to how he shapes these little bits cookies now sold in 4 states, well, that, he says, is proprietary information.
Only because I don't want too many people to start getting too curious as to how I bake this cookie.
Trade secrets are kept close to the vest. But his community service is an open book for all to see as the recipient of the Robert J. Dole Award. This is Chris Frank reporting.
Here in your service. For all of you for Butler and especially all of you for our students and for our community. We're real proud.
Thank you.
Yeah. Glad you could be here and thanks for sharing your video with us. All right, go bake some cookies. All right. Thank you. Next, I want to recognize Dr. Neville, our Vice President of Academics. Tom was just recently awarded an Outstanding Leadership Award from Education 2.0 for his recognition, his contributions in the field of education and training and leadership. So thank you. You didn't send it to me. Thank you. We also have students that just recently came back from the Career Connections Conference. I know you've heard of Phi Beta Lambda before. We've had those students here with us. They are now, that group and chapter is now known as part of the Future Business Leaders of America. And a number of those students students attended the Career Connections Conference in Omaha in November. There were 166 students in attendance. And this year, 3 mini case competitions were added. The students teamed up with members from other states and then worked together to present their case solution to judges. And so 4 students were on teams that placed. Chloe He's team placed first in finance, and I'm not sure we have any of the students here with us today. Victoria Worm's team placed 3rd in accounting. Savannah Herod's team placed 4th in accounting, and then Caleb Harp's team placed 5th in hospitality management. And so we want to congratulate those students, Janice Cow and Dr. Noreen Templin are advisors for that group. And so we appreciate their leadership, but let's go ahead and congratulate those students as well. We had a number of folks that helped with the Butler Community College, the Disability Mentoring Day that was hosted on campus in November on the 17th. We've done this for a number of years, and that day on the 17th, we had 47 Butler County High School students with a range of disabilities on campus. We've been, I see in the narrative here, we've been the host site for since 2008. Bill Rinkenbach gave the opening remarks and talked about his sister Susan. And then our STEM division provided opportunities for students to observe in welding and in auto tech and diesel technology. The admissions department gave tours to the freshmen and sophomores that were here. And then all of the students gathered in career services to hear more about resume building and interview skills. And then financial aid gave a presentation as well. Takes a lot of work to put this together and a lot of commitment on the part of faculty and staff. I think Teresa Eastman really is kind of the leader of organizing this and getting the faculty organized and getting everyone here. So we want to say thank you and recognize Bill Rinkenbaugh, Mark J., Todd Williams, Matt Galbraith, Alitra Cheney Prophet, Katie Kern, Billy Jackson, and Naomi Thompson for all of their work in helping the students and showing them. And then again, to thank Teresa for her work in helping organize and making sure that we're a good host every year. So thank you. Thanks. We'll get tickets passed out here. But I'm going to keep going because we've got a good list here. I think Billy's here and was Billy? Yeah, there's Billy and Bill Frankenbach and Teresa. I left her to get on my desk, so I will get it to you. Okay. Thank you guys for everything that you do for us. We appreciate it. Next on our list then is John Kressler, and John isn't able to be here tonight. But John has been really instrumental in helping get Butler established as an intermediary sponsor for the Kansas State Office of Apprenticeships. This is a really big step for us because it allows us to work with employers and serve as an intermediary in their ability to offer apprenticeships. And so we help facilitate that, those partnerships, and we help facilitate reporting and paperwork and all getting folks enrolled and all of that sort of stuff. And so it says in your book that the intermediary sponsors committed to modernizing, diversifying, and expanding registered apprenticeships. And the way that we're doing it is that it's very employer driven. So we're creating and supporting those apprenticeships that are developed by the employers that will best assist them. So we want to say thanks to John Kressler for helping make that happen as well. Even though he's not here. And then on December 2nd, our staff, a number of our staff folks from the accounts receivable team, volunteers from financial aid, admissions, enrollment management, and tutoring covered every bell ringing location in Butler County from 8 to 10 in the morning. There were ringers at Andover, Augusta, and El Dorado, Dillon's and Walmart stores. And of course, this is a great way to support the community and do some great work. But to have Butler be visible in helping support the Salvation Army and their efforts to serve those that are in need. So can I give these to you after the meeting, Jessica, and you can help distribute them? And I'm not sure besides Jessica, doesn't look like anybody else is here that was part of that, but thank you for that great work. We appreciate that. I think accounts receivable tries to do something every month, don't they? Yeah, they're really committed to that. And then even though Mary Martha's not here, tomorrow is her birthday. So if you have a minute tomorrow and think about it, please send her a text message or an email and wish her a happy birthday.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Kroll.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll move on to public comment. We read our public comment guidelines. The general public is welcome to address the Board of Trustees under the public comment section of the regular board meeting agenda. Public comment should be germane to the business and activities of the Board of Trustees. Personnel issues are prohibited from public comment. The board chair will ask visitors wishing to make brief comments to identify themselves and the topic they wish to address. If several members of one group or organization wish to speak to the board concerning the same item, the board chair may ask the group to identify a single spokesperson. A time limit of 5 minutes has been set for each recognized member or spokesperson of the audience to speak to the board. The board will take no action during the public comment period of the board meetings. However, it will take the matter under deliberation and if appropriate, direct the president to follow up with a written response and report at the next regular board meeting. So I know we have 3 that notified us ahead of time. Trustee Wenzel, do you want to lead us off?
That's what I thought you did. Okay, I was asked to read a letter today, actually, from a gal by the name of Debbie Everett. She is a citizen of Rose Hill. She lives on East Berry. I don't know her. I don't know the rest of her address. She did put her number down here, but I hesitate to read it in class or in this environment. But here's what it says. Julie, I discovered you are in my local district and are a trustee at Butler County Community College. I attended the Rose Hill Board of Education meeting last night in which the situation with student was discussed. The president, as well as several faculty from Butler were there. I am sharing some of my concerns with you and hopes you will pass this along to the trustees. I assume you know the situation. Briefly, Rose Hill High School student enrolled in 3 courses, Butler Writing, Comp 101, General Psychology and Government. During the comp class, he was presented with an assignment that told the story of 2 young boys lying on top of one another in a sexual manner. When asked if he could read another essay, he was told he could not. I think later another essay was assigned. He was told to suck it up. That's higher education. During the psych class, he was presented with information about sexual genders, and the text provided said that there are 5 genders in humans. Actually, I think the number has risen, but the text said 5. The teacher said the only correct answer on the test about the subject matter was 5, despite the fact that the student had a personally believed that that was wrong. He was to answer it this way or get counted as wrong. I even heard that he was the only one to raise his hand, and when asked who in the class believed there's only 2 genders in humans. Last night, one of the faculty said he could have skipped the question and still gotten an A on the test, but all the other answers were correct. The teacher also shared photos of her transgender daughter's wedding. During the government class, he heard about homosexuality. I don't know how in-depth this case was, but that was the subject. I do not see the connection here between homosexuality and our American government, other than maybe a legal case getting to the Supreme Court. I know that I'm not hearing these stories firsthand, but I have talked to many who know all of the people that are involved. I read through the course outlines of Comp 101 and General Psych. I didn't know the title of the government course, so I couldn't read it. Twice the comp class and once the psych class, the course outline said that some teaching was left to the discretion of the teacher. That's where I have an issue. I understand, as was presented in the Board of Education meeting last night, that all accredited higher education classes are held to a standard and are to be approved at the State Board of Regents. I also understand a teacher has the opportunity to pull from real life scenarios that the subjects of homosexuality and more to a class that teaches the basic of writing seems out of the guidelines. I do not agree with the woke movement that we remove everything offensive from our literature and our street corners. Removing statues from the Civil War won't replace their places in history. I would ask that the teachers of Comp 101, General Psych and Government and other classes be encouraged to provide more generic examples and not subjects that are so controversial. Encourage the teachers to think beyond themselves and their own opinions and provide something that will still teach, but might not be so apt to offend. I appreciate Butler wanting to encourage diversity and inclusion, but remember that a Bible-believing Christian is also a human being to be respected. So these are the 3 questions based on the meeting that I went to last night, and these are the only things I'm going to ask. I'm adding these based on my meeting. Okay, this is separate from the letter. Where are the outcomes for any of all of the 3 classes taught in Rose Hill this semester that specifically state that as far as gender ideologies and other similar specifically call for these to be taught? Please name them and provide copies of these outcomes. I cannot find them in the Kansas Department of Education either. Number 2, where in all 3 textbooks used is this located, the teaching information that covering gender ideologies? And 3, where in the information on the court's outline curriculum, or whatever you want to call it, syllabus, whatever, does it say the same thing? Or in any of the reciprocating committees, schools, or other teaching academies we have an agreement with, is any information contained regarding the teaching of gender ideologies being taught as a requirement? I'm just trying to answer these questions for my constituents. I would like to know where those are. I've looked up the outcomes before. I couldn't find anything like that, but I may be missing something. So I'd ask the board or the administration to consider getting back with me on that. Thank you very much. By the way, my name's Julie Winslow.
Dr. Lyerly, did I pronounce that correct? Okay.
Well, good evening. It is a pleasure to be with you. I want to start by saying thank you. As a Bible-believing Christian, the Word of God is my authority, and the Word of God tells us that you are serving as God's messengers, God's servants to take care of people in this academic world. So thank you for your time. My name is officially Dr. Rob Lyerly. I have the privilege of serving as a senior pastor of Metro East Baptist Church in East Wichita off 143rd Street. But I am a resident of Butler County, and so I'm privileged to be a part of this special county and be a part of what this school does as a tax-paying member of society. And as your job as ministers of truth, of education, you are to train the next generation. And I have also been informed of the situation in Rose Hill. I was there last night at the meeting and have been told the situation was a minors are being taught material that is at best sensitive, and in my perspective, vile and debauchery and wicked. And in a classroom that is arguing from the external perspective as sharing different ideas, essentially it was not sharing different ideas to where it was, here's a view, you can debate it and discuss it and have a different opinion. The response was given to the student: if you don't agree with this, you will not get a correct grade. You will not, you must parrot this back to me, what's being forced down your throat, or you will not get the A in the class. Now, last night I was at that meeting and I heard this group of Butler County individuals, school administrators, for what appeared to me like a bully tactic, to stand in front of the Rose Hill School Board and threaten them essentially that, hey, this is how it is. If you don't like it, you may need to consider if we can partner together anymore. And that for me felt very inappropriate to people who are lay people who are trying to serve their local community. It was a bully tactic by those with doctorates, and it could talk down to those who may not have a doctorate. Well, as somebody who, by God's grace, has been in higher education, I know what the academy's like, and I know you can take classes with differing opinions and have room for debate, discussion. You may disagree with in a secular school what the conversation is, but you can also give room for differing opinion. Because as we just heard, the First Amendment holds to those who are conservatives too, not just liberals. And so I want to encourage you to, I think it was said last night that, yeah, there was some miscommunication as to what was required in this test, but I want us to press a little more in that. What happens to a student who is disagreeing with the agenda being pressed down their throats by a professor who has a purpose that she is trying to get across? And in a secular university, we understand that you are not going to be opening the Bible in chapter and verse and expounding God's word to the people, but you're also not to be pushing an opposite agenda on, especially in a facility where you are supported by tax-paying individuals. So I want to encourage you to do so with even-handedness and to give opportunities for those who disagree with the liberal agenda that's being pushed by certain professors. Say, hey, you may disagree with this, and that's okay, but defend your view. Make sure you tell me that what the professor's teaching you, but give your view with defense as well. I want to also give you a precious biblical reminder, because as it is your job as a minister of the world to take care of education and to help young people, it is my job as a minister of the gospel to proclaim truth, to proclaim righteousness to the culture. And God's word tells us that Jesus Christ is King. Now, some of you may not appreciate that. You may laugh when you hear that, because you may not be a Christian, be a follower of Jesus Christ. But I assure you, it doesn't matter what you think, Jesus Christ is Lord of all. You may not agree with gravity, but it still exists. And Jesus Christ is King. And as Jesus Christ, King of the universe, tells us that whoever causes a little child, a minor, to stumble, it is better for them to have a millstone hung around their neck than to lead them into wickedness and depravity and such vile teaching. So I want to encourage you to be cognizant of the fact that when Jesus Christ returns, all of us, each one of you, will stand to give an account for what is taught in this school, what is taught in those high schools, what is taught for those under your care. And you have to answer to King Jesus, whether you're secular or not, if you were even-handed, if you taught with a fair measuring stick, if those scales were weighted equally. But I do encourage you, once again, as I mentioned last night, while I do call you to repent of such unfairness, of such injustice, there is mercy at the cross of Jesus Christ. The gospel is for all of us, including those who have made mistakes in education, who've maybe pressed things too far with the agenda they're pushing. The gospel is that if you come to Christ, he will wash you, he'll cleanse you, he'll give you new life. And so I encourage you to flee to Jesus, to rid yourselves of this debauchery, and to help our next generation grow in truth. Because I promise you, we will not go away. We will be the voice of truth forever. As long as God allows me to live, you will hear from us. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Sherry Williamson.
Hi, my name is Sherry Williamson. I know most of you probably seen me the time a month ago when I was here, and I appreciate again letting me come and speak to you. I have just a brief comment about Miss Winslow and the issue with not following protocol or board policy. I just want to say I was recommended to go talk to her through a friend that knew her, and I went to her in confidence. And technically, really, I knew I could go to the president of Butler and talk to her directly, or to anybody that I needed to. But I went to Julie in confidence. Just that's what I wanted to do. And really, I didn't necessarily want her to go any further than that without me giving her permission to go do that. So that's really all I wanted to say about that. But anyway, I was also at the board meeting last night for Rose Hill. And I have to say that I'm not doing this because I want the program to go away at Rose Hill. I love the program. I've had other kids go through it. I'm grateful for it. It gives great opportunity for our kids to advance and get ahead, with college classes while they're in high school. So I'm grateful for the program. And I'm not doing this because I want it to go away, which is kind of what I got the feeling as well last night, was kind of, you just deal with this, or you can choose for the program to go away or take it as it is. I'm also in agreement and understand that the Kansas Board of Education has a curriculum and standards that have to be met. And that was highly, said last night, over and over, stated over and over last night. And I fully understand that and agree with that. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out then is are you telling me that the State Board of Education now requires that homosexuality and transgenderism be taught anywhere and in any class that they want, or are we to truly follow the curriculum that's supposed to be taught in the class? Because it is happening, or did happen, in all three of my kids' courses that he took, in government, in psychology, and in Comp 101, and I don't see where it belongs really in any of the classes. It was stated last night also that that really the psychology class seemed to be the main focus for some reason. Really, the short story that had to be read that was completely inappropriate wasn't even really mentioned. It was really kind of just the focus was on the psychology class, and that stated that the teacher really wasn't trying to push a belief system. But as stated by my other colleague over there, with her saying you answer this question this way or you don't get the grade, to me that's pushing a belief system. Also bringing personal. I also understand bringing personal information in to relate to what you're teaching, but I find it really inappropriate because we're talking about sexuality and sexual preference and gender, and I just don't think it belongs in the classroom, especially when it's something so controversial. So what I'm asking for, what I'd like to ask you all for is I'd like to see the standard that the state has set that's being followed by teaching transgenderism and homosexuality. That's what if somebody could send that to me, I've provided my email. So if someone would follow up with me on that and provide me the standard that was being taught by teaching on transgenderism and what the psychology teacher was teaching. I understand the Comp 101 teacher may have been teaching a standard, but again, I feel like it was very inappropriate. And if my kid wanted to take a human sexuality class, he could have, I think there's probably an elective course possibly at Butler that he could take a human sexuality course. So I think we need to keep the topics in the courses where they belong. And let's actually truly follow the standard that's being set by the state, because I have a hard time believing that our state is saying, we want this taught in our Comp 101, our psychology, our government, and whatever class you think it feels it belongs. I just have a hard time believing that. But if you guys can send me the standards and show me that that is what our state requires, at this point, I'm ready to go to my state representatives if I have to, because I have a hard time believing that's the case. You know, if that's where our state stands, then I'm going to my state representatives with this. Again, what I'm asking for is just to leave the sexuality and the controversial subject matters where they belong in some class, like a human sexuality class. I'm asking that you require teachers to focus on true facts and subjects that should be taught in the class. Can we please get back to the basics of academics and helping our kids succeed and excel in the workplace, and teach them the things that really matter rather than where they stand sexually? That really isn't going to matter when they go into the workforce. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else here for public comment? Thank you for those that did. We will move on to the standing reports, starting with student government.
Hello, if anyone does not know me, I am Lillian Rippey and I am our SGA president. To kind of wrap up our semester, we've had a few different events. We started, well, from the last board meeting, we had our apple pie and cider day on November 17th, and we held that in the 1500 building. We had many different kinds of pies and apple cider, and the students loved it. They came between classes or before class and got a little snack on their way. We also had tables at both senior days at the Butler of Andover on the 18th and the Butler of El Dorado on the 19th. And we had quite a few students stop by at that and show quite a bit of interest in that. So that was a success. And to wrap up our semester, last Friday, December 9th, we had our holiday party in our SGA office, where we served cookies, we had Christmas music going. The students came and were able to decorate ornaments and make Christmas cards and just kind of relax a little bit before finals. And that was a big hit too. We had quite a few students show up and they had a lot of fun. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Op staff.
Okay, good evening. As you know, we took a different approach with our holiday fundraiser this year. We sold 97 sweet treats through our online shop and sold nearly $400 worth of stuff. All items will be delivered by the end of this week. A huge thank you goes out to everyone who supported us with their purchases and monetary donations. We appreciate your support. We are set to host the 54th Annual Association of Kansas Community College Occupational Professionals Conference this March 29th to the 31st on both the El Dorado and Andover campuses. We have an exciting guest speaker lineup along with vocal and instrumental performances from the fine arts students. Registration packets will be sent out to the area community colleges in the beginning of the new year. I hope you all have a happy holidays and I will see you next year.
Thank you very much. Professional employees.
My report consists of merely wishing you a great holiday on behalf of the faculty, advisors, and the counselors.
Thank you. That's very uplifting.
Same to you.
Appreciate.
Board Finance Committee, Linda, anything to report?
We didn't have a meeting.
Oh, well, that makes it easy then.
Yep, that was easy.
Foundation Board report. Second here. Foundation Board met last month. Just a quick update on the fair market value of the endowment is 13.27 million at the end of September of this year versus 13.78 million at the end of June 6th of this year. So a little bit of decrease there. The board talked about that. There was no action taken with regard to changing the investment strategy at this time. The Regier Carr Monroe auditing or accounting firm presented their audit report to the foundation board. No issues were found and that audit report was approved. A scholarship committee has been created to work with the scholarship director on the evaluation and distribution of scholarships from the foundation. More than $800,000 of scholarship support have been given to more than 700 students. On the culinary fundraising and project, that fundraising process is coming to an end. Since the November board meeting, the 60/40 college tax credits are nearly all used. The 70/30 community tax credits have been completely exhausted. Spark funding application has been submitted to the state of Kansas for reimbursement of project expenses. Foundation is preparing for the Butler benefit auction, which will be March of next year, and Purple Rain, REIGN, is the theme for next year. And they're in the process of soliciting sponsorships and auction items right now. So if anyone has an interest in that area, please contact the foundation. And then a new board member on the foundation, Kevin Arnell, has been elected. He is a partner with the Folston Siefken firm and specializes in nonprofits. He is an Augusta resident. So he's joined the board last month. So that's all I have. Thank you, Tom, for that summary. KCCT quarterly report, Dr. Kroll.
Thank you. Mary Martha would normally give this. She was able to attend in December on the 2nd and 3rd in Coffeyville. We had 18 of 19 colleges represented. One college was unable to attend due to illness. Trustees were joined by Congressman Roger Marshall to discuss federal policy issues. He always talks about being a proud Butler alumni and student track athlete while he was here. He expressed how proud he was of Kansas community colleges and what a vital role community colleges play in the Kansas economy. Heather Morgan presented on the 2022 Kansas Chamber Workforce Survey results and the results of a workforce study from the Kansas Department of Ag. Both suggest community colleges need to continue to market how we can help businesses meet their workforce needs. The surveys show that businesses are not aware of some of the programs we have, which may be helpful to them. Regent Carl Ice joined the group and provided an excellent overview of the Board of Regents' strategic plan. He also shared how his time as a football player at Coffeyville shaped his career as he rose to the CEO of Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. He also talked about how as a CEO of BNSF, they made the decision that Johnson County Community College would serve as their training arm and how Johnson County is training BNSF employees from across the country. KACCT elections were held. KACCT officer elections were held. Arlen Liker will be the president. He's from Colby. He's a trustee at Colby. Don Ash is the vice president, trustee at Kansas City, Kansas. Eric Killo is the secretary, trustee at Pratt, and David Marshall, treasurer, trustee at Hutch. And Nancy Ingram is the past president of KACCT is a Johnson County trustee. That slate of officers was unanimously elected. Also in the process of replacing or nominating a new community college representative to the Technical Education Authority, and it will be David Rice, who is the former Highland Community College president. Heather Morgan presented on the new high school graduation requirements recently approved by the State Board of Education that will go into effect starting with this year's 8th grade class. The biggest changes are requiring the completion of the FAFSA for graduation unless the student opts out. They also want to include a personal finance class and some changes related to PE and health, as well as requiring at least one semester of communications and public speaking in some sort of a course. Heather Morgan presented on the example of economic outlook report done by the Kansas Independent Colleges and suggested that the community colleges consider doing a collective report next year, similar to the one that the independent colleges did. She also presented on limited data related to the fewer number of Kansas high school graduates pursuing higher education and the recent Docking Institute Kansas Speaks survey related to Kansans' feelings towards higher education. It was clear from those surveys that Kansans don't understand that community colleges are doing 80% of the technical education work in the state of Kansas in the system. She also presented on the interim work group that's related to the cost model and how community college cost model works. She presented on upcoming legislative issues, including changes related to healthcare licensing and education, payments for training, healthcare employees, and a bill which the Board of Regents is considering related to voluntary affiliations of higher education institutions. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. The group approved, the trustees that were present approved the 2023 legislative platform, which includes that we will advocate for. We want the legislature to fully fund the Excel and CTE, which is Career and Technical Education.
Is there somewhere I can have a copy of that?
Yes, I can send it to you. I can send it to all the trustees.
Okay, because I would like to know what the trustees that are involved with CT.
What, you mean the legislative agenda?
Yes, on the legislative agenda.
I'm happy to send it to you.
Thank you.
I'll send it to all the trustees. They would like to make sure that the legislature continues to fully fund Excel and CTE, which is the career and technical education coursework at the high school level. They want the legislature to continue to fully fund, as they did for the first time this year, our technical and our gen ed courses. The affiliations, mergers, and acquisitions legislative bill that will be presented. We voted to oppose that collectively, unanimously, because that bill takes away local control of boards of trustees. It changes your ability to oversee funding and policies, and we believe strongly that those decisions should remain with trustees. What we want, because the bill doesn't include any kind of oversight from the legislature to give final approval to affiliations and mergers. And we feel like it's really important for the legislature to be part of that, because they're the ones that create taxing authority and oversight. And we want to make sure that they approve that affiliation and merger so that our local boards of trustees can still do the work that they're supposed to do. Any of those affiliations and mergers turn all of that authority over to, if, for instance, you affiliate with the university, it turns it all over to the university president to make decisions about everything. We don't want any unfunded mandates. If they expect us to do something, we want them to give us money to do it, whatever it might be. We want to make sure that we're present and involved in the discussions about healthcare and behavioral health training, because there's discussion about changing the number of hours required in certain areas for licensure, thinking that that will put more people in the workforce more quickly, but it also takes away training hours that they would have. We want to make sure we promote program to program transfer so that our students that finish at the community college level with their associate's degree are able to transfer all of those 60 credit hours and go into the universities as juniors and have only 60 hours to complete. That's not what happens at this point in time. We want to be directly involved and promote the ability for students to continue to take concurrent enrollment classes and pushing that there be a certain group of classes that the legislature and the school districts will help pay for those students. And then we also want to be directly involved in the conversations about making sure that funding doesn't go just to high wage, high demand jobs. There's some discussion about shifting some of that funding to only those jobs that would end up on a high wage, high demand list. First of all, nobody can completely decide what come up with a consistent list, but we want them also to pay attention to critical need jobs. So for example, jobs that would not qualify as high wage, high demand because with starting salaries would be things like EMT, childcare, early education folks, LPNs. They're bridge jobs to higher pay and to increased credentials, but they aren't on that high wage, high demand list because of their starting salaries. And those are jobs that have to be in place, and we want them to continue to fund those. So that's the extent of that report.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Dr. Kroll, I'll just, you can keep going with your president's report.
Thanks. The legislative lunch was held on November 29th in the Clifford Stone Room. Will Carpenter attended. We had regrets from Senator Fagg and Representatives Newland and Owens, but didn't hear from any of our other representatives. So we were not sure who would be in attendance, but Trustee Winslow was able to attend. Heather Morgan did quite a bit of report update on legislative agenda and budget and funding. We had an opportunity to ask Will questions and answers, and the academic deans were present, and the exec council folks, VPs and associate VPs were present. So we had a nice group and a good conversation. The foundation Christmas gathering that was held last week was well attended. I think more than 50 people, and enjoyed. It was nice to see some of our trustees there, and appreciate you taking the time to be able to attend and have fun with, and some good food. I think hope you had good food.
All right.
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. It's the famous smoked tenderloin. Yeah, yeah. Reminder that nurses pinning is this Thursday at 7 p.m. in the gym. You've received information about that. Forrest will be doing the welcome. And there'll be some seating, kind of like we've done before. If you want to attend, there'll be seating towards the front of the, the stage, so you can, see the students. And what time is that? Be at front, 7 p.m. in the gym where it's been held before.
And I know I won't be there because I have another meeting commitment.
Okay, thank you. Finals are this week, finishing up on Thursday, and grades due from faculty, I think on Monday, right? And then the holiday break begins on the 23rd. That's our first day off. Finals breakfast was last night in the cafeteria, starting at about 10. What'd you feed? 190 students? 190 students in pretty short order, but they had karaoke and fun and I don't know who all was there. Ireland was, were you cooking pancakes or bacon? I don't know.
I was serving.
You were serving, but Glendale was probably there. I mean, there's a whole big group. The Residence Life folks, the Great Western people aren't there. It's staff and faculty that help with it, but it's really a lot of fun and a great opportunity to give the students a little bit of a break. And then the library was open last night until 2 a.m. They did a little bit of survey with students that had been in and out of the library, asking about, times and how late and how many would potentially, stay and stay in the library.
They had 30 stay until 2 o'clock.
Good deal. And the coffee bar and the latte bar were going, so they had.
And y'all stayed till 2 o'clock, right?
I did not stay until 2. I finished.
Stay till 11.
Got home.
That's not good enough. You didn't stay till 2.
And then the other thing I want to remind you about is the upcoming Higher Learning Commission visit in April on the 17th and 18th. We're continuing our work on the insurance argument, but the final schedule for that will not be set probably until the week before they come. It's really a short time because the site team is not selected until a few weeks before they come. And so I need you to block out your calendars on the 17th, put a hold on it, because they will have lunch with you as trustees. They will either have lunch with you or they'll have a late afternoon meeting with you. And so, I know schedules get busy and kind of filled up, but it's really important that you block it out now and kind of work around it if you can, because they'll want to, it's typical with every site visit. They'll sit down. They don't usually have dinner with the trustees. They'll have lunch or they'll have a late afternoon meeting. And Phil said that it's typically on the very first day that they're here. So we're
So I need to
thinking it
get
would
a
be
substitute for that day.
I would say, you know, and again, I won't
work at
know. I
you.
mean, I'll know the week before whether it's going to be lunch or whether it's late afternoon. And I'll let you know as soon as I know, but the site team chair is the one that finalizes that schedule. And then we work around it.
They're real good out here.
I think that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, Education Facilities Authority report. Dave.
They're having a meeting tomorrow morning and I'm hoping to go to it because I have a play-in period and I'm gonna at least buzz down there for a little bit.
Okay. Look forward to hearing about it next month. We have no.
As the college is, we're in the middle of finals too, so.
Okay, no monitoring report this month. We will move on to our strategic discussion items, starting off with the curriculum and textbook item, and I will turn that over to Dr. Neville.
Well,
Okay, yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, okay.
we had an opportunity last night, as folks said, to be at the Rose Hill school board meeting at the request of the superintendent to share more about the process that's used at Butler and the guidelines that we have to follow for curriculum development, for the CEP agreements, for textbook selection, all of those kinds of things. That, you know, this has come out of, again, the concern that was shared by Sherry Williamson. And, you know, we didn't know about that concern early on. She, you know, visited with Trustee Winslow. We didn't know about that concern until days later. But as soon as we did, we were able to start to work through it. The deans got involved and started to work through it and you know, see what they could figure out, you know, were the concerns. And we have had a longstanding relationship and partnership with Rose Hill. They're good partners. They were the first high school that really stepped up when we got ready to start our early college academy and took a risk and said, you know what, we'll be the location for that early college academy. And it's grown substantially over the years and very successful. And so we have a great relationship with them. There was no intent last night to bully them. We were simply trying to say to them that it's the board's decision what classes they want taught there. We're not interested in walking away with our program from Rose Hill. If they don't want to have some courses taught, that's their decision. And Heather will talk more about that when she talks about the CEP agreements. But we are held to standards in those courses based on the Kansas Board of Regents, based on the Higher Learning Commission, based on our own curriculum development. And so our folks, we want to spend some time visiting with you about that because it became, you know, pretty clear to us as we were working through this that you folks don't know our process. And we need to be able to share with you what we have to do and what we do and the expectations that our faculty are the experts in those classes and in those fields. And they're directly involved in that curriculum development and need to be directly involved in that. They are charged in a lot of different ways with oversight of the courses and the curriculum. And so we want to spend some time talking to you about that. Susan Bradley, Dean Susan Bradley is online. She's going to share some information. She didn't join us last night because Rose Hill didn't offer live stream opportunities or Zoom opportunities, but she's with us tonight and I want her to spend some time also talking about some things. And so I think I'll turn it over to Heather. And I think it would be easiest or best, maybe like we did last night at Rose Hill. Let's present our information first so you kind of see the whole picture. And then we're happy to answer questions and clarify information for you. So I think Heather's going to speak first.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity. This is information that we shared last night with Rose Hill. And just to start, I wanted to explain the options that a high school student has to take classes at Butler. So there's three main options. They can do it at their high school through a concurrent enrollment partnership, which is what this particular course is that we're talking about. Our courses, they're offered through CEP, through taking them online or on one of our campuses, and then through the Early College Academy. So within those, we do have to adhere to both Kansas Board of Regents and a higher learning commission. So I wanted to read some things that are outlined in KBOR policy. So we call it concurrent enrollment partnership. They're now referring to it as a dual credit cooperative agreement. That's just recent language change. It says that through the dual credit cooperative agreement, a university or college, or it has to be a university or college catalog course with the same departmental ID, course descriptions, numbers, titles, and credits. Courses must have been approved through the curriculum approval process of the post-secondary partner institution, which would be Butler in this case. The high school and college level prerequisites, the content of the course goals and objectives must be the same as those for the same courses offered to students at any location or any delivery method. And then it goes on to say that materials such as textbooks must be comparable to those used in the same course throughout the post-secondary partner institution. Procedures for selection of textbooks and related material by high school faculty who teach concurrently enrolled students must follow the post-secondary partners institutional policies. In addition to that, so we do, and what you see in your board book tonight is part of that concurrent enrollment partnership. That gets brought to you as part of the consent agenda every year, sometimes twice a year, if a high school makes a change to what they offer. So the way the concurrent enrollment partnership works is we sit down with the school. They tell us what classes they would like to have offered in their building, and then we set up this cooperative agreement. That is what you see in your board book tonight as part of the addendum, because we're adding a course, changing the way a course is offered. So, so in the CEP agreement, a few months ago, we did an amendment to the agenda where we added that overarching MOU. That gets signed by the superintendent and also by Dr. Kroll. It outlines all of the provisions and policies that align with what we are required to do with KBOR, and also just makes it clear that this is what we're teaching in your building. You've given us permission to come in and teach. And so I wanted to provide some information on that as well. So this is to provide additional academic challenges to secondary pupils. Qualified high school students may enroll and participate in Butler Community College courses. These classes, known as concurrent enrollment partnership classes, will be made available at the high school facility during the high school day and will be taught by a college-approved high school teacher. Additional courses will be made available at the high school facility during the high school day and will be taught by a Butler faculty member when a credentialed high school teacher is not available. To ensure academic quality and integrity in the awarding of college credit, this MOU, or memorandum of agreement, actually establishes the procedures for offering college level learning through Butler Community College CEP courses. So that's the overarching document. Again, it reiterates that KBOR policy that I just read, that we have to teach according to our curriculum that's gone through our curriculum process, and that it has to be the same as what is taught on one of our campuses or online. In addition to that, so that's the overarching MOU. There are several appendices, and that's what you're seeing in your board book tonight, where we ask the teacher who's teaching the class, if they're a high school teacher, we vet them through a credentialing process through the appropriate division dean to make sure that they meet the Higher Learning Commission standards to teach that class. So we have an agreement that they're acknowledging, I am a high school teacher, I've credentialed to teach this class at the college level, and I agree to follow the course outline and the content that's been approved through our process and through the Kansas Board of Regents. We also have, coordinator agreements where we work with the high school counselor, because they're the go-between that's getting information from the student to us and vice versa. So what you see in your board book tonight is actually a good example of, we had the overarching agreement. Now we're ready to start the second semester and they're changing. So they had a high school teacher who was credentialed to teach college algebra. They're no longer, that teacher left. So we had to provide an instructor halfway through the semester. So now they have a new teacher who is credentialed So we're going through that process again. So anytime we make a change to what's being taught in the high schools, the agreement goes back through that process where it gets approved by this board, signed by the appropriate parties, including the high school. So that's our CEP agreement and the policies regarding KBOR. 100% of the classes that we're presenting as opportunities are optional. No student has to take them. And even if they get enrolled, should they choose, if they disagree with content or they're uncomfortable in the class, they do have an option to withdraw from the course. So we provide those options to them up front. Our directors are out in those schools presenting. They're doing parent information sessions. They're facilitating the placement testing and the enrollment processes. So they're out in front of those counselors and the parents and students quite often. So the last thing I wanted before I pass it off to John is to note that we do not require a parent's signature for enrollment in college level courses because we work directly with the high school to offer that dual credit. So when a student sets their schedule, they work with the high school through the high school enrollment form. They select the classes, including the college classes, because they're getting both high school and college credit. And the parent signs the high school enrollment form. Additionally, we do not allow a student to enroll as a high school student without the signature of their principal giving them permission to take classes here at Butler. So I wanted to provide that information just as overarching for what we offer, the process by which we go through that enrollment process and course selection. And then am I passing it on to Dr. Neville?
Yeah, passing it over here. So I get the responsibility to talk a little bit how our curriculum and our textbook selection process works. But I'm going to back us out a little bit and actually start with our with the HLC accreditation criteria, which should be in your board book as well. So the what I included in the board book was the adopted revisions that were effective in 2020. Yes.
No, I emailed all of that to you on Friday.
Sorry, I thought it was in the book, but came separate.
It's about 60 pages
Okay.
worth of information.
I know I got a
so
couple emails today on the way here.
Yeah, I emailed it to you on Friday.
All right, well, I'll give you an overview because there's a few of the criterion that I think we want to kind of dig into and talk about how we align the curriculum process and the textbook adoption process to assure quality and meeting those standards as expected through our accreditation. So under 2C, actually, it does mention that the governing board delegates day-to-day management of the institution to the institution's administration and expects the institution's faculty to oversee academic matters. So the next one, 2D, is the institution is committed to academic freedom and freedom of expression in the pursuit of truth in teaching and learning. And they did include a glossary of terms. These are updated. This was from 2019 from HLC. It does give you the updated terminology for academic freedom. Do you want me to read that? Or we want to go on?
I'm just still looking for those same things. That's
Okay.
all. I know I have to wait till you're all done, but.
But I do want to unpack a little bit more about academic freedom. We do have an academic freedom policy in our employee handbook on page 203. And really from a academic freedom standpoint, it is, if you look at the American Association of University Professionals, this is a national organization that really kind of sets the standard globally for academic freedom. And some things that I want to remind us of is, it's not indoctrination for professors to expect students to comprehend ideas and apply knowledge that is accepted as true within a relevant discipline. And some of the other updates that are coming out from this organization is ideas that are germane to a subject under discussion in a classroom cannot be censored because a student with particular religious or political beliefs might be offended. So we want to remember and remind ourselves that academic freedom does mean that political, religious, or philosophical beliefs of politicians, administrators, including myself, and members of the public cannot be imposed on students or faculty. We're committed to that as an institution and a part of our accreditation standards. The next one is about rigor. So the rigor of our institution academic offerings is appropriate to higher education. And the definition for HLC updated for criteria of terminology appropriate to higher education for us means it is distinctly different from K-12 education. So we want to keep that framework in mind, that what we do needs to be distinctly different from K-12 education. So that also means under criteria 3, number 3A3, the institution's program quality and learning goals are consistent across all modes of delivery and all locations, including main campus at additional locations by distance delivery as dual credit through contractual or consortial arrangements or any other modality. So dual credit, according to HLC definition, are courses taught to high school students for which the student receives both high school credit and college credit. These courses or programs, are offered under a variety of names. The core components that refer to dual credit apply to all of them as they involve the accredited institution's responsibility for the quality of its offerings. So the other part we want to talk about is under 3B2, is the program of general education, which are what the courses we teach at the high schools or high school students take, is grounded in a philosophy or framework developed by the institution or adopted from an established framework. So our framework at Butler is our Learning Pact. And our Learning Pact really demonstrates Butler's commitment to inclusive academic excellence and ultimate preparation of students for the workforce. We're going to unpack that a little bit as well in a minute when we talk about our curriculum process. And then the other part that we want to identify here is under 3C, section 3. All instructors are appropriately qualified, including those in dual credit, contractual, and consortial offerings. So all of our faculty and that teach dual credit or in the high schools are accredited at 100%, meeting the minimum qualifications that we expect of our faculty, which is either completing a program of study in the discipline or subfield in which they teach or for which they develop curricula with coursework at least one level above that of the courses being taught. So since these are transfer courses, we expect our faculty to have a master's degree or master's degree with 18 hours in the discipline that they're teaching. We are at 100% compliance. Not many other schools in the state can say that. So again, I think that goes back to our quality assurance argument of our accreditation standards. The last part is and then I'll leave HLC is the institutions. This is criterion 5, section 3, 5A3. The institution's administration ensures that faculty and, when appropriate, staff and students are involved in setting academic requirements, policy, and processes through effective collaborative structures. So that kind of leads us to our curriculum process. And our curriculum process is aligned with KBOR. So the Kansas Board of Regents, they instituted the Transfer and Articulation Council. I'm going to get into some academic jargon and I apologize ahead of time. So that the TAC, which is the Transfer and Articulation Council under the auspice of the Board of Regents, charges the Kansas Core Outcomes Group, KCOG, to articulate learning outcomes for specified courses as direct equivalents for transfer. So KCOG, under KCOG, it is the responsibility of KCOG to generate common student learning outcomes for the specified courses. We are participants in KCOG. We are also part of TAC. And what I want to mention is the chief academic officer of each institution appoints a faculty member from the discipline. And it is the responsibility of the discipline-specific KCOG to accept the charge from TAC to 3 things: generate core learning outcomes for courses that will transfer as equivalent state system-wide, review and recertified articulated courses to ensure continued transfer at least every 5 years, and 3, identify additional courses to articulate for system-wide transfer as appropriate. And a couple of the data points I want to share out of this is that psychology is a top 5 major in the state for transfer students. And last year, 22,793 students took intro to psych in Kansas with the same learning outcomes that we're teaching in our class as part of TAC and KCOG. The other thing we want to get into a little bit as requested is our course outline and curriculum guidelines, which includes our learning pact. And this is again another faculty-driven process. We define revised course outlines to be evaluated by faculty every 2 years, and textbook revision is as needed. We have a new curriculum process. These should all be in the attachments that were shared with you, and we also look at how our learning pact applies to the learning outcomes as aligned and in aligned and summarized by the state, by KBOR through the TAC and the KCOG. Also in our textbook selection rubric, what you'll find is that content is expected to be accurate, relevant, and reflects current research. Content is well organized and contains appropriate table of contents and index. Assessment options accurately reflect the material. We also assess textbook rubric concepts of that the text and materials address the unique needs and circumstances of Butler students, variable age ranges, socioeconomic background, skilled knowledge gaps, and degree path program. And the other institutional criteria we do is we establish that content aligns with course outlines, the PAC skills, which are ours, and the established KBOR course outcomes. So what I want you just to kind of digest is how we align vertically, not only in what course textbooks we select, how those align with our learning course learning outcomes that also are aligned with the statewide transfer agreement and also aligned with HLC standards. So I think that kind of covers it, and I'll kick it over to John.
When do we have an opportunity for questions?
Well, we're just, John's going to present and then Susan Bradley's going to present. And then, well, I think it's important that you have a comprehensive understanding of how we do this and how we're trying to address the questions and the concerns that have come through because of this.
There'll be plenty of time for questions.
I was trying to make notes and remember some question from 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the
Well, jot them down.
I am.
Thank you for your time this evening. I wanted to spend a few minutes discussing, because I know there's been a number of questions that have arisen from the general psychology course. As Dr. Neville mentioned, our courses do have course outlines, and we do our best to make those public. They are on the website. Any parent, any member of the public can access those at any time. I wanted to go through the learning outcomes for the general psychology course. There's 16 of them, starting with an intro to psychology, the basic components of behavioral neuroscience, differentiating the distinct process of sensation and perception, comparing the levels of consciousness and how they are experienced, specifying the basic principles of learning, evaluating the human memory system, discussing thinking and language, describing intelligence and the different theories regarding assessment, distinguish the principles of gender theories and motivation, describe the aspects of gender and sexuality, outline the characteristics and stages of human development, describe the elements of personality, discuss health psychology, evaluate the dimensions of psychological disorders, list the main theories and interventions used for therapy and psychological disorders, and discuss social psychology. And I present that to illuminate that this is a depth and breadth. There is a deep learning experience here for students beyond just the content that's been called into question, which is learning outcome 10. Describe the aspects of gender and sexuality, which in an assessment piece, we would be simply asking students to identify those things, not to state a belief that is contrary to what their personal beliefs may be. So this content in the textbook came out of section 5 of chapter 8 as it relates to gender development. And I want to read this passage as it defines it from a psychological lens. Gender refers to the social and psychological aspects of one's experience as male, female, both, or neither. The development of gender is a complex process that includes biological, cognitive, and socio-emotional factors. Gender is not simply biological sex. Gender is people's understanding and the meaning of gender in their life, their gender identity and gender expression. Gender identity is a person's inner concept of self in relation to the ideas of being male, female, both, or neither. Gender identity consistent with or different from the sex one is assigned at birth can be thought of as a continuum. Gender identity is distinct from sexual orientation. It is also separable from gender expression, the ways people present themselves through their appearance, including hairstyle, clothing choices, voice, and behavior. Finally, gender role refers to the types of behavior society expects of people of different genders. To explore the varieties of gender identities, then references another document. This chapter or this section in this chapter then goes on to explain how biology interacts with gender development, also the cognitive aspects of gender development. And it also brings a story to light that tries to illustrate the topics here. And it talks about, and I'll just read this passage because it introduces it well. It says contemporary society includes many gender identities. Many of these identities have a long history and human experience, but have only recently entered the mainstream conversation. In some ways, the science of gender has scarcely been able to keep up with the gender statuses people now occupy. For example, Facebook currently offers more than 50 gender options for its user profiles. And I know there's been some questions about how this content relates to the workforce. And it's not content that we're asking students to espouse as their own belief, but rather recognizing that there will be differences among people that they work with in a diverse workforce. And I do believe our faculty, in discussing this with the faculty member that teaches this class, do have a conscientious approach to covering this content. I think they're sensitive to how sensitive this content is. And I want to read the statement from the syllabus of this course that's titled Controversial Topics. Many topics discussed this semester may be deemed controversial by some students. Please be aware the goal of this class is not to make you change your mind regarding these topics, but instead to expose you to research related to the topics and broaden your knowledge base. This class will be free from slang and derogatory words aimed at different cohorts, and we will be respectful of one another's views. You don't have to agree with your fellow students or me, but you must remain respectful. If we can do this, we will have a whole lot of fun delving into some amazing and interesting topics. There's also a departmental policy across the behavioral sciences department, and the second departmental policy states this course may contain material that expresses different points of view on topics such as sexuality, race, religion, and ethnicity. And I do want to say, in discussing this issue with the instructor, the idea that there was an ultimatum that you would fail an exam based on one test question, I believe has been conflated. I did not get the impression that the intent of the instructor was to fail a student based on the answer of one test question.
I think Dr. Bradley has information related to the comp class to share.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'm in sunny Florida where it's raining cats and dogs. First of all, I want to address the English course outline. That is the outline for Composition 1. That's the most commonly, most frequently taught and taken course at Butler Community College and a common college experience nationwide. At Butler and in Kansas, Comp 1 is designed to teach effective communication through a variety of writing activities, and that includes reading, discussion, and writing of texts. There are 4 major objectives for the course, and they are: develop, organize, and write a minimum of 5 essays. That's in one semester's time, typically. Read, analyze, and discuss college-level texts for use as models and in critical thinking. Number 3, support claims with college-level texts as evidence. And number 4, demonstrate appropriate English grammar and a collegiate level writing style. The outline goes on to many more specifics, and it's available on our website if you care to read it. But I want to point out that it requires summarizing, paraphrasing, quoting, and effectively integrating secondary sources into student writing. So it requires the use of external sources. And that brings me to my explanation or gloss of.
We lost your sound.
Muted yourself, Susan. Right when you muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. That brings me to a summary of the excerpt in question in the Comp 101 class at Rose Hill entitled "If You Knew Then What I Know Now," which in itself is a tongue twister. And that's that's a autobiographical piece or personal narrative of 5 pages by the acclaimed author Ryan Van Meter. And it was included in the course reading material as a reading journal assignment and as an optional source for an essay. Students weren't required to use it as a source, but might rely on it if they chose. In the narrative, Ryan Van Meter is 12 years old, and he's assigned to a study group in his social studies class. His study group partners are 2 friends, Mark and Jared. So Ryan goes to Mark's house one afternoon and is greeted at the door by Mark's sister, ushered to Mark's bedroom where Mark and Jared are waiting, and they begin their work. After a while, Ryan notices that his study group partners are whispering to each other. And soon they send him to the kitchen for a box of donuts. When he returns, he sees that the 2 other boys, his study group partners, are feigning a kiss. One of the boys has his hand over his mouth, so his lips do not touch the other boys. When they see Ryan, and Ryan blushes and stammers in embarrassment in response, they ask him, "What's the matter, Ryan? Don't you kiss other boys? Does this bother you?" etc. And Ryan doesn't respond. Ryan is troubled by the incident, and years down the line, both he and his partner attend his high school reunion. At that point, Jared, one of the study group partners, who's now married, ambles over and begins talking. And they talk about a few topics and some news. And Jared eventually says, "Ryan, I am so sorry about what happened that day when we met at Mark's house." And that's how the 5-page excerpt ends. In my way of thinking, that's uplifting because an apology is involved. And I do know, after talking to the instructor involved, that the selection was made to teach the definition of empathy, which is identifying with the experiences and viewpoints of others.
Thanks, Susan.
You bet.
Wants to make just a comment on some changes that we've made based on this situation?
Yes, so in response to the complaint and looking at the way that we engage parents. So we shared in our board report when Donnie and I presented that we made it a point to focus on parental engagement in the high school enrollment process. So we've made some changes to our website and things. So in addition to that, we've created a to the parents of mailing that will go out to after a student is enrolled. And within that document, we've added some language that expresses that courses cover topics that could, that may not align with personal beliefs and values. And we're encouraging that dialogue from the student to the instructor about those topics. In addition to that, that high school release form that I talked about earlier that the principal has to sign off on, the student also is required to sign that document. And we've added language to that that encourages, again, notes that, there may be those topics that don't align with personal beliefs and values, but also encouraging them to log in and read the syllabus and read those policies and those disclaimers that are in there prior to the class starting. The class syllabus is available at least 2 days before the class starts, sometimes more. So I wanted to share that with you. And again, reiterating that we in no way want to end the partnership that we have with Rose Hill. We absolutely love being there. We have a great longstanding partnership with them. We have our early college academy there. We in no way want to do that. The conversation last night was focused on changing their policies, to which I responded, and Dr. Kroll did as well, that we don't control their policy. They set their policy. We shared what we have to abide by and according to the state and the Higher Learning Commission. And so if they make changes to their policy, that would, it just doesn't affect what we do because we report to a different governing board. We report to you, we have to follow the Board of Regents. So in no way do we want to end that partnership. It is the choice of the district of what classes they offer in their buildings. That is, we have to have their signature to approve those classes. So we just simply stated that if they don't want a class taught, that's okay. We can choose a different class, or we can just reduce the number of classes that we offer there, but we in no way want to end that partnership.
Okay, one thing, we'll open the floor here to questions. One thing I would point out, the questions need to focus on, they need to keep personnel issues out of this. This is not about the student's complaint. It's not about what did or didn't happen with a faculty member who may have taught one of these classes. There will be a time in our exec session to talk about if there are personnel related questions that would be appropriate for executive session discussion. We have that at the end of the meeting, but just keep that in mind. That's not what we're talking about right now. So Julie, I know you have questions. You want to lead us off?
Yeah, but I can't ask them all at once. The dual credit cooperative agreement, I noticed, and I know that's what you call it now, but Rose Hill's board book contained a 3-page at the very back of what the college once signed as far as the cooperative agreement. And I guess it's just not matching at all with what is in the book. And I know the date on it is different. I'm trying to.
I would love to look at it. I didn't get a copy of their board book. But it may be, and I explained this earlier, we look at that overarching MOU. We are required by the Kansas Board of Regents to look at it on a 5-year cycle. We review it internally every year based on feedback that we received. For example, it was brought to you as an amendment to the agenda a few months ago,
Right.
because we had information from the state that said, hey, you need to include this in your agreement. So we brought that to you.
I'm sorry, I
So-
brought the wrong policy, but it is.
That's
different. And I would be glad to email that to whoever you want me to email it to, but it is different. So.
I'm sorry, different from what's in your board book tonight, or different
Yes,
from what?
yes. Even
Okay.
the date of the agreement is different.
Correct.
Theirs is very new and this one seems to be older. So
Older,
I'm the last person that doesn't want Butler to teach classes. That is not the case. I do want us to get accurate board information when we get it. I would have liked to have seen the right agreement in the board packet.
I'm looking, I have the agenda or the board book pulled up from tonight. it says 21, 22, spring 22. So I'm not understanding the,
I just know that theirs is like 3 pages
correct,
and ours is 2.
right?
And I understand you've added some generalities at the beginning and I don't have an issue with that. But there are some things on there that are different than I anticipated. So
Why don't you provide a copy of what you have? So
Well, I
that
can speak
Heather
to it
can-
because what you have in your board book tonight is
brand new.
an appendix. It's something, so you can see it says addendum to memorandum of agreement. It's appendix D.
So theirs might
So-
be different what they're signing just because.
What they put in front of you was the overarching MOU that I spoke to.
Okay,
And then there are different appendices. This particular, what you're seeing tonight in the board book is because we already signed the overarching MOU. We look at that on a 5-year cycle.
okay, so.
If we
why do they
needed-
Have to sign.
I wasn't aware that it was in their, I have it right here. I wasn't aware that it was in their board book for signature. We did not, they may just not have signed it yet.
Okay,
So we got it approved by you. We do not send it out for signature until it is approved by this board.
okay.
And then it went to them. So their timeline is, we don't control that. But what you're seeing tonight is an appendix to that
So
overarching
not the whole
agreement.
Agreement.
Right, because we've already gotten the overarching agreement approved, and this was a change to what we submitted in the fall. They're doing
Okay.
something different in
Yeah,
the spring.
that explains it. I just
Sure.
couldn't understand why it was different. That's why I called it out. So I'm like, this isn't what's in the board book. And I expected it to be the same, but I didn't realize that it might be different for the reasons that you stated. So I'm okay with that, but.
I have some comments and questions,
Yeah, I have more too, but I'll go ahead and let this.
and I'm just gonna be meandering through my notes here, speaking as a trustee possibly, but also as a parent. What I've heard from several of you tonight is 100% of these classes are optional. If you don't like it, you can withdraw. We're gonna teach these classes in Rose Hill. If you don't like these classes, you can choose not to teach them, but we're gonna teach them like we teach them. If you don't like it, we'll cease to teach them. We're told that this is academic freedom with rigor and distinctly different. This is college level learning. It's, and Dr. Neville, you said that what they're teaching is active, accurate, relevant, and that fits the unique needs of Butler students. I would argue that college level learning regarding empathy would be Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago or Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov, stuff like that, classical literature. Yeah, that's some college level stuff. This about two guys kissing. Okay, but that doesn't sound, my question for you guys is what is being taught in history. I understand psychology is psychology. You can talk about everything, has nothing to do with anything. But if this is history, American history, what was the other class? English comp. Is this the highest and best that we can be teaching? Or these the standards of Butler County Community College? This is the highest and best that we offer. And to me, that's a little frustrating, especially since this is my school in my county and where I attended and where my kids attend.
I guess I'm not following your line of questioning.
I'm just a little frustrated. You said all of this fits the unique needs of Butler students. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with American history.
I'm not sure American history was discussed today.
Okay, history, English, and
Yeah,
psychology.
It was American government.
Maybe it's government, yeah.
Psychology.
I'm sorry, what's your name on the screen?
Dr. Bradley.
Dr. Bradley, your comp class, you said we develop and write 5 essays, read at a college level, support claims, pretty much learn how to write and think.
Mhm.
I'm fully endorse that, but I think we could do a better job of source material. And I'm not saying don't have the source material, but what I'm hearing from all the administration tonight is if you don't like what we're teaching, we'll quit teaching at your school, but this is what we're teaching, take it or leave it. I don't appreciate that as a parent. There's a lot more stuff that you could teach that's, I would argue, that's better and more intellectually developed than what I've heard tonight about an apology story that it's like, really? Okay, that doesn't seem like a highest and best standard to me.
A wide variety of materials is taught in composition. It's not a literature-based composition course, as is found at some, not all universities, but usually the readings are based on personal experience or expository prose that's been previously published. And the topics range from civil rights to ecology to personal experiences. There's a wide array of topics. This particular essay or excerpt from the autobiography of Ryan Van Meter was chosen because it represents the development of an empathetic perspective. And the students were graded on their accurate reading of the piece using a rubric, not whether they agreed with the orientation of the author. And it was for a reading journal assignment and as an optional essay source. Does that help?
Is that a, if I can ask a secondary question on this same material, is that something that is listed in the outline? We will be reading Ryan Van Meter's story about blah, blah, and these are the pages, because that is
No.
a detail. That is the detail that I
No.
think should be in the course outline. And I personally believe that that should have been in the class syllabus, so that, as you say, parents that are considering getting this course for their children, they are paying for it, or at least the horrendous fees that come with it. And I think it would be helpful and a lot more palatable if that story was mentioned, rather than, it sounds like to me we're just allowing whoever teaches that class, and even if they're credentialed, to pick the subject matter. This is not really.
That
set in
misrepresents
stone.
what Dr. Neville described as our process for setting
I
curriculum
interrupted
textbooks.
because I was having this conversation with.
I would also say, we're back to the discussion of academic freedom at that point.
Mhm.
Could I have it back for just a minute? I would just like to argue what I said before. I'm getting a take it or leave it response from the administration. But what I've seen, and even there's a story that came out today, Butler is the #1 leading loser of students in the entire state of Kansas across all 19 community colleges and universities and technical institutes. And we're proceeding to divide the audience but I mean, Jonathan Haidt did a big study about if we concentrate mostly on divisive or modern, more woke style things being taught, it's not going to lead to more increased enrollment if we, as opposed to just classical, strenuous, best stuff we can teach. And yes, we should talk about everything and argue everything and not be, you can be offended, but we should talk about all ideas and iron them out. I'm not saying that nothing should be taught here, but that was meandering. I'm sorry.
Shelby, I want to make sure I understand. Are you suggesting that the college should have created a different Comp 1 class for Rose Hill because people in Rose Hill didn't like this piece of it?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I just say, I don't think pushing 5 genders or 30 genders or whatever what if this was algebra and we're doing word problems regarding gender? It doesn't have anything to do with what we're learning exactly. I'm not saying that shouldn't be taught. I just don't see this as being highest and best. It's just the flavor of the week of what's currently popular. I don't know if it's creating critical thinkers. It's just, to me, this is more pushing an ideology than pushing critical thinking, which is where I take umbrage.
Well, I would certainly say that, today's workplace that we are training our students for, we're preparing our students to be productive members of the workforce. Are we not? That's part of what we do. And that is really all about more than just optimizing productivity or efficiency. What's that?
Discuss critical thinking, not just.
It's about maintaining a safe workplace for employees as well, right? There are laws that protect things, and I'll cite a few. Employees have rights, okay? They have rights to not be harassed or discriminated against because of race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, sexual orientation or gender identity, national origin, disability, age, or genetic information. That is from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And they further define sex-based discrimination as discrimination against an individual because of gender identity, including transgender status, or because of sexual orientation, is discrimination because of sex in violation of Title VII. We can talk about Title VII. Title VII prohibits employee discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Having an informed understanding of gender identity to include transgender status or because of sexual orientation is essential to the role our students play or will play in the workforce in a modern democratic society, including our students here at Butler.
Now, asking questions about what's being included in our curriculum is not saying to you, we hate it, we don't like it, we want these to be gone. That's not what we're saying here. But it just seems like the harder we push as to why we are doing it this way, which is a reasonable question, the harder the university or the college pushes back with all these dictates and all these rules. Like, you don't need to read any of us those rules, because we are well aware what federal law is. At least I am, having taught ethics classes in the past. So, and also legalities and civil rights. So I am well aware of what those are. My question is, can we just have this at the end of the class? Maybe we could just rotate the curriculum, or maybe we could at least approve what the teacher is going to be teaching instead of giving, I understand what you're saying, teacher. This has really nothing to do with academic freedom, and more about not only the teacher having academic freedom, but the student as well. And if they have an objection, no matter what it is, whether it's religion or whether it's because they don't like it or because, they want the one or the other, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have an alternative essay just ready to hand them. I don't understand what is so complicated and why we would just keep reiterating academic freedom, this, that, when I think all these parents really want, at least from what my perspective is the ability to at least, let's get into the class, get to know our teacher, feel free to talk about these subjects, and maybe the harder, more controversial subjects should come at the last, okay? Or alternatively, perhaps what we need to do is offer alternative assignments, which I don't think that's a problem either. But again, I'd like to see in some of these committees, where is it that you tell the instructors to bring very controversial? Everyone knows college is full of controversy. We all know. But when a student is not really, and I'm saying most of them, not really equipped to handle how to respond to a teacher without being very shy and uncomfortable because of their age and because of their inexperience, was it really be so bad if we said, hey, you know what, if you want to write about this guy, Martin Luther King or George Washington, you can do that. Here's an excerpt of some of their works that you can write on. I mean, would it really hurt to come to the middle? I understand this board doesn't, but we need to come to the middle somehow in some of this curriculum that's been taught. Because like Shelby said, our numbers are going down, not up.
Julie,
They're going
can I
down.
ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay, and Shelby, I sense a little bit of hypocrisy in what you're saying. You say, we want to talk about this. We need to talk about this. Julie, you acknowledge that federal law is, as Dr. Neville accurately stated, employers can be held liable for not recognizing transgender employees.
I agree with that.
So we want to teach it, but you don't like how we taught it
Is
here.
it our
We want to give our students,
responsibility
wait,
to
let me finish. We want to give our students an out. So we have to teach this, but if you don't want to learn it, you can learn something else.
But what are we learning from that example?
Which
What
example
are
are you
we
talking?
really
The
learning?
psychology example, the psychology class, you're learning that there are,
It's not
people
in
perceive-
psychology.
that
She's
was-
talking about an English comp class
this
where
arose
Ryan
out of,
Van Meter was.
this arose out of the psych class as well.
Right, all three classes, yes.
So I guess there's. Are we really fighting because the institution chose a short story for one of, I don't know how many things the student had to read over the course of the semester? We're fighting over one 5-page short story, and you
I
think they
think
should
it
have chose
should
a different one?
Hey, you know what? I just think they should have an option if they don't want to talk about it, just like other things that we talk about.
Dr.
But, you
Bradley
know,
did say it was optional.
was there another assignment given in place, or did they just have to get a 0? Do you know? My mic's on.
She's
Dr.
unmuting
No,
herself.
I heard you. The Van Meter piece was required for a minor 25-point reading journal assignment on which the students were graded using a rubric that judged how closely they had read the material, not whether they agreed with any position whatsoever expressed in the material. And then the students, to my understanding, were to choose either the Van Meter piece or another piece that defined or exhibited empathy as one of the sources for one of their required essays.
I would love to see that alternative assignment that was not presented in class, to my knowledge, in talking with more than
Well,
one.
that breaks FERPA laws.
So,
Because
what?
that's a student, that breaks FERPA laws. That's students individual. I mean, the student has rights.
The student, I'm just,
The student has
they
rights.
even know what I'm asking. I'm asking.
If you're asking for student material, the teachers cannot give you student material because student material is protected by FERPA laws.
I don't think that's what
That's
she's
not
asking.
her question.
That's not at all what I'm saying, but it's okay. Anyway, moving on. I just would like to know for sure that all students in that class were offered to alternative. I do not believe that they were. Now, I'm not saying this shouldn't be taught. I talked about stuff like this. I wrote about stuff like this. I had to deal with this. It's not a problem,
Julie.
It's not a
I'd like to know
problem.
when you taught and where you taught.
Kim,
If you taught about.
please, you're
taught this.
interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
I have past training experience inside corporations, probably chosen because I had broad knowledge in ethics and other items that were required by government law. Now, my point is, do we have an option for an alternative? You're saying there was one. I'm saying that that instructor did not provide one. And I don't even know that we need an option. I would like to see this instead. Okay. Just put it in the syllabus. Don't hide it. Whatever is going to be shown to that class for these kids that are in high school, put it in the syllabus. Ryan Meter, excerpt, blah, blah, pages, whatever. Put it in there. That way no one can complain. Do you see? No one can complain if it's in there from the beginning. Last night, all I heard was, these are K-Board requirements. These are the State Board of Education requirements. These are the Kansas State Education Department requirements. You know what? I'm interested to know if you can just abide by this little thing. Put it in the syllabus, then nobody can complain. The parent's obligation is to see that syllabus when that child enrolls, is it not? If they look at this 2 days before and they don't like this, guess what? They can withdraw. I just think it's an option for them. I'm not trying to dictate academic lack of freedom. I just want to make that clear. And I
Public
get
comment.
tired.
It sounds like you are, and
Public comments I heard tonight had very little to do with, we didn't know about it in advance, and a lot more to do with, I didn't like the content.
No, I don't.
Pastor's comments had nothing to do with, it was okay if you told me ahead of time. He was preaching fire and brimstone about the content. It wouldn't have made a bit of
That
difference.
wasn't me.
But that was you're speaking on behalf of the public. These are public comments that are coming in. These are your constituents.
Yes, I am asking where the things are that are in the outcomes that say that we need to teach the different general or gender ideologies and just common things like that, and where they are in the Kansas State Board of Education requirements. There's
You've asked
nothing
for
wrong with asking for that for them.
I know, and you've asked for
Okay.
it. You've asked for it.
Okay.
Shelby, did you have other questions?
Kim's tried twice.
I'm sorry. I'm
I do answer. I do answer.
Direction. No, please go ahead.
So I really kind of struggle with this whole topic in the sense that I born and raised Catholic with the most amazingly gay eldest child that I want to be accepted in his crop tops and all his fabulous ways because he's amazing. And I do think that's important. What I heard from the parents tonight was concern that there are not other ideologies also being taught. One thing I've had to have very long discussions with my children and other people about is tolerance on both sides. I have very strong family beliefs, one way, and then I have my son's beliefs in another way. And true acceptance and accommodation and kindness is a merging of teaching both things. What I heard the mother say was that she didn't feel that her beliefs were also conveyed in this class. Dr. Neville, you talked about academic freedom and about how the college is committed to not pushing an agenda. I feel like the parent feels like the college is absolutely pushing an agenda and it's a far left agenda. My hope would just be that I applaud the changes in making things more aware for the parents. I truly don't think a lot of this belongs in school just because for years and years, schools have been taught without such controversial stuff. I think you can make a statement about transgender and different things by law that have to be accepted because that is a fact and that's something that should be conveyed and taught. That makes sense. But to do a deep dive into things that are actually on a more personal note, I don't feel is any school's responsibility, quite frankly. You're not going to keep a 17, 18, 19-year-old child who is having not even just gender concerns or just any gay, straight, otherwise, they're going to find whatever information they need and want in their life to fill in the gaps. And I don't think a psychology class from Butler Community College needs to be the place that talks about, quote unquote, controversial subjects to an extreme degree. So that would be my contention, is just hopefully there would be some kind of a moderation, just some kind of agreement, and that there are differences, there are different beliefs, there are different very specific, touchy subjects. Make it aware to parents that they're being taught, but I also don't think they need to be focused on to the extent that they become uncomfortable any more than I want to go pass out a Catholic whatever to whoever and be like, you need to read that. I mean, I don't like the Jehovah's Witnesses coming to my door either. So I just feel like, you don't need to focus on those things. To Shelby's point, you can teach critical thinking and teach federal law without diving into controversial things and bringing up things that are just going to cause division and frustration in any classroom.
So I think it's important to remember that in the Gen Psych class, the outcome related to gender identity, the discussion about gender identity and those topics was an outcome that was set through the state process where the 2-year and 4-year psych instructors got together. They're the ones that set those 16 outcomes, the one that John Craig spoke to. And so we're required, if we want that class to transfer across the system, we're required to teach to that outcome. And so there has to be discussion about gender identity in that class because that class was approved through the KCOG process and approved by the Board of Regents. So in Gen Psych, they're expected to talk about that. I think the other thing that's important to remember is we're all talking about things that we've heard from other people. None of us were in those classrooms. None of us were present to hear both sides of the discussion probably, or the discussion between the faculty member and the students and sharing ideas, whether it's the psych class, whether it's the comp class, whether it was the government class. Were they talking about, some of these issues in government because of Supreme Court cases or because of current events? We don't know that. None of us were in those classes. And so we're surmising that the discussion was one-sided potentially, or that the instructors' ideas or beliefs were being imposed on those students. But my guess would be, and Susan can probably speak to this, and John could speak to this because they've dug into this, that there was discussion in that class and opportunities for students to share their thoughts and to relate their beliefs maybe, or what their experiences have been.
So I think one of the questions that the mother had, and I think in what you're saying that you've answered it, is this specific topic, being transgender beliefs and gender, required by the state of Kansas to be conveyed?
We don't have to address, but I mean, it's not necessarily what the Kansas Department of Education, we don't adhere to Kansas Department of Education. We adhere to the Kansas Board of Regents, to the Higher Learning Commission, and these courses that are college level courses are approved through that process at the state level, and with our faculty internally, they have to meet those standards, and we're required by the Higher Learning Commission then to offer the same content, whether it's a student on campus, whether it's an online student, whether it's a non-traditional student, whether it's a high school student. We're required to do that. So I don't know that the Kansas Department of Education has anything like this in their standards, but at the college level, these are college students. They're taking college classes. We're required in Gen Psych as one of those core outcomes that was approved through that statewide process to talk about that.
Okay, but what about English Comp 101?
It was a single assignment among all kinds of other things. And Dr. Bradley related to you that the focus of it was an example of empathetic development. When she talked to Randall Chickadons, when we talked to him about it, it portrays bullying, is what it portrays. Those two friends were bullying that other little boy by their actions. And so that assignment was chosen, and again, chosen and taught at the high school level. It's the same thing that's being taught on campus. That book, Susan, can you tell me that, tell us about the book, and the publishing identifies that the Van Meter book is acclaimed and it's appropriate material for middle school and high school students. Am I correct in stating that, Susan?
That is correct, because it is so approachable. It's written in second person or you voice. So the reader takes on the perspective of the narrator and the experience is more real. I also want to add that in this 5-page excerpt, the only part of the book that was assigned, there is no profanity save for 2 words, and they are issued from the mouths of the bullies, not from the narrator. And this excerpt has been called pornographic and vile and disgusting, and it is none of that. There is no sexual display, there's no nudity. It does not meet the definition of pornography.
Does the college have a problem in going ahead and naming the examples that will be used in a classroom like this type on the syllabus for parental review? That way, I don't have to be involved with this. I mean, if that's a concession, I'm asking, it's one thing to describe the course syllabus and everything, but and the outline, but this is the problem, is other things that aren't on that syllabus. So can we consider including everything on the syllabus if the teacher's already chosen this, put them on there?
The course outline is the foundational document for the course. And each and every instructor of the course bases their course syllabus or plan for instruction in his or her particular section on that outline. Now, the course syllabus is published in Canvas when the course begins and typically lists all the assigned readings, save for those few readings that the instructor decides to supplement with. And good supplements are always passages or selections that are entirely relevant to the course. So to answer your question, most of them are already available on the first day of class
On
for
Canvas?
review, but the instructor may choose to supplement, and those supplements may not be in Canvas.
Does the parent have access to Canvas?
Students do.
You have to have an account with Butler to have access. So
Well, I
the only
understand
way
that,
you
but you've
access
got
the course is by
syllabus,
being
you've
an
got the-
enrolled student in the course.
Okay,
So the student has access at least 2 days prior to the
Right.
course being.
but what does the
Going live.
parent read when they see a summary of the course being offered? What is that called? You want to call that the,
It's the course outline. Those
Course
are all,
outline,
those are all published on the website. right?
maybe the course outlines could include controversial material like this so that a parent can decide whether or not they want to pay for that class. I don't see a problem with that.
Well, Dr. Bradley just mentioned though that the outline is the framework for the course. The syllabus is the instructor choosing those readings. So the outline is the same for every Comp 1 class being taught. The syllabus could be different in terms of reading based on the instructor's choice.
Shelby, did you have a question?
Just to clarify earlier, my problem, and I'm not like Julie, we're two different people. I don't need another subject for the kid to be taught if they're offended by it. You're coming to college, here's an offensive topic, whatever. I'll say my side, you say, I mean, how many of our spouses agree with us all the time? Mine sure doesn't. I don't agree with my old self from 10 years ago a lot of times. But we need to be able to have debate and we'll all get smarter at the end of the day. What I heard earlier, I've heard like 3 different versions. If you don't say there's 5 genders, you fail the class or fail the whatever. And then earlier is like, well, you leave that question blank on the test and you can still get an A if you fill in every other question right. So what that sounds like is you still have to answer 5 genders. I personally, you guys know me, I would write, the teacher says there's 5. I believe there are 2 sexes and tons of personality differences that are conflated with gender identity, blah, 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 blah. That would be my answer. And he could judge me correct on parroting back his answer, or he could give me a 0 for saying my opinion, but we should allow an atmosphere of diversity between viewpoints, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, whatever it is this week. A lot of the times that is used to divide all of us into our own groups and we're all angry at each other instead of let's all work together. Here at Butler County Community College, we don't want to discriminate against anyone. We discriminate against no one. We'll give you our best, our absolute best. You come here, give us your absolute best. We don't care about all this stupid minutia that we're disagreeing about. That's what I would like to feel a culture of, and not what I feel is this is what we're going to teach you, take it or leave it. That's where I just don't really like the feeling I'm getting. As opposed to, of course, we don't discriminate. And I don't appreciate you saying that the job workforce discrimination, blah, blah, blah. That's no kidding. I don't discriminate anybody. Anybody that comes to my job is performance-based. You can do your job or not. My best worker is a young woman who's 21 years old.
I wasn't referring to your workplace.
I've had 60-year-old white guys that have done it their entire life that were not able to meet my standards. I don't discriminate based on ethnicity, race, whatever. It's simply a matter of being able to do the job. And I really don't appreciate that.
I guess my comment when I parroted back some of what Dr. Neville said was, if part of what we're teaching is for folks to be prepared for the workforce, then your belief that there's only two genders is.
I didn't say two
Well,
genders, two sexes.
Well, okay, but, well, that wasn't the question. The question was how many genders, and there's five genders.
That's why I said I would
According-
clarify
according
it
to-
in the
according to
class
the
because.
But that needs to be taught because that person goes into the workforce and needs to understand that if I'm going to disregard what this person's perceived gender is because I don't agree with it, that's illegal.
I
And
didn't
we ought to
say,
be teaching that.
I'm not disregarding it. They can believe how they believe. I can believe how I believe. We all vote for different people.
But how is that different from how it was taught?
I
That's
don't
my
discriminate
understanding of
against
what was
somebody who
taught.
voted for Biden or if I voted for Trump. I mean, you voted for that person, I voted for this person. I don't discriminate on who drives which
No,
car.
I'm not,
That's not what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
claiming,
about.
I'm not, that's not.
If
what I'm
somebody
saying at
believes
all.
there's 1,000 genders and I don't, I'm not going to discriminate and we have a difference of opinion on that item.
But if the academic literature that the course uses says there's 5 genders that you have to understand, then why is it inappropriate to expect the student to answer a question of how many genders with the answer 5?
They could answer back what the literature says. This is what your book says. However, I disagree with it. It's like when I was young, we had an impending ice age that was going to destroy us all if we didn't do whatever. That was the science right then. That didn't turn out to be the case. We had acid rain that was going to kill us all if we went outside. That didn't turn out to be the case. Just because it's the current science today or the current thing being taught today, I don't have to parrot it back. Just for the mask. If I don't put a cotton mask on my face, I'm not going to be stopping a virus. I don't agree with that. You guys can, I mean, that's all I'm saying. People who have come here should be allowed to speak their mind. The other people teaching the class should be able to speak their mind, have an honest debate, agree to disagree, driving on. I can answer your question back. I remember how you believe. I'll put that on your test with the caveat of this is what I believe and driving on.
Dave or Linda, you all have been, the other 4 of us have had plenty of time.
Are in executive session, but.
Okay.
I think, so the book is talking about gender identity. And just like you said, I mean, today at this time, that particular curriculum, or maybe not curriculum, but that book is identifying that they think there's 5 evidently. I mean, we didn't hear it all, so who knows?
Right.
So the thought that the person could only answer 2, I mean, the outline told them there was 5, supposedly. They may only believe that there are 2 genders, or it would be if the material, we can't just pick and choose the material either. So if they were able to give an answer, 5 were identified in the material, I believe there are only 2. You know, maybe there's a confusion between gender and sex, you know, the 2 male, female, sexual orientations, but I just think we're highly aware now of this coming up in that class. I don't think we should not present the material, that maybe if the teacher said, well, there's 5, and if you answer less than that, you're gonna flunk. I don't know. Did they really say that? Or did they say the answer would be counted wrong if you didn't choose 5 because the material that we're doing an overview of says 5? It's hard to know. I mean, we don't know what really happened. It's all back and forth. And how many other students in that class? I mean, there were other students in the class. Did they feel the same way? I mean, it's hard to say.
Randall Chickadons identified that there were no other complaints out of the psych class from students or parents. And from the English comp class, 2 sections, I think there were a total of 38 students between those 2 sections, and there were no other complaints regarding the excerpt that was used for the journal discussion. So, I mean, when I talked to him at that point in time, he hadn't had any other complaints, I should say it that way.
The other thing I'll say is at my age, there's been a lot of changes in the world, a lot. And I don't know if everyone, but I think many families have family members that have alternate lifestyles, you know, to what we think. And I always say when I'm asked about it that I wouldn't choose it for them, that I love them. and it doesn't.
I agree with
So,
everything you've said. And my only clarifying statement is, I don't care who you are as a student, do not lie for your teacher's approval if you don't believe what you're saying, because that will hurt your character. You need to speak what you honestly believe, argue with what someone else honestly believes, and you can agree to disagree, but do not put an answer on a test just simply to get a grade if you don't believe it,
and
without clarifying in a way that you can make it still be honest.
that at the time that the instructor said that, was there discussion?
Right, I
Did
don't
the
know.
person come back? And I don't know if I can ask this now, but my other thing was, did the student go to the instructor after the fact? I mean, before, but later, I mean, I thought that was probably later, but, and then, as far as the COM4, and I don't know, did we have explanation of the government sector or what it was? And
No.
I don't,
It was just.
but I'm, I'm just saying that, it's been identified as a sensitive subject. There may be things that we can do, potentially, that we're not going to leave gender identity out of psychology.
Oh, of course not.
And so,
If I could add a point that I was remiss in presenting in my presentation, was that Butler's not the only institution that's using this text. This is a McGraw-Hill publisher that's presenting this text. The faculty have selected it, and there's approximately 370 colleges and universities across the country that are using this publication that covers gender identity in this way. As it relates to the American government class, that content was related to constitutional law, and they presented an example of Sharice Davids, the first Native American congresswoman from Kansas who identified as LGBTQ+.
Right. And I will add to that, John, by saying that I have reviewed all of the material on gay rights and homosexuality in the American federal government text. And it covers civil rights and civil liberties, mainly case law, court decisions, and history, such as the Defense of Marriage Act and Don't Ask, Don't Tell in the US military.
We've talked this over. Did you have anything else, Linda?
no.
Dave, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, no, other than, and I respect the teachers, I'm teaching currently now the standards. I adhere to the standards of El Dorado Public Schools, but El Dorado Public Schools gives me the ability to teach the way I want to teach. And I teach the required, or I don't teach all of the books, but we read the books that are on the approved list. And if I want to get a book approved, I found out how I can do it. But there is not anybody looking over my shoulder and saying, this is how you teach. And if you go and ask my students whether they like my style or not, there'll probably be some that don't, and there'll be more that do. So, I may not, it's just, is it an adult issue or is it a kid issue? Because I will tell you that sometimes kids will challenge high school teachers with things that they say. So.
Isn't a high school teacher though, is it, Kim? Or any of these teachers, Heather, high school teachers that we've hired at Butler? and
For
Rosedale?
general psychology, no.
What about the other two? Or any of
What
those?
you have in your board book tonight is for a CEP instructor, which means the high school teacher is teaching that class. That was for college algebra.
Okay,
So
there's
on
one-
that form that's in your board book tonight, there are two columns. One says CEP, the other says non-CEP. CEP means the high school instructor meets the credentials by Higher Learning Commission and is eligible to teach. Non-CEP means we are sending a faculty member because they do not have a credentialed instructor in that district. But I wanted to, you mentioned the, buck stops here. We're going to teach it our way or no way. I want to remind everyone that the purpose for presenting it in the way that we did, especially to the Rose Hill Board, was that the proposal was a policy change that would allow a student to back out of any assignment. I have it right here. Any assignment, analysis, written report, or discussion of material that conflicts with their personal beliefs.
Back out as in drop the course.
No, just that they would we would have to offer an alternative assignment. Now, this is district policy for the school district. That is why we presented the information in the way that we did, because we have to abide by the standards of the Kansas Board of Regents, which requires that we teach that gender identity. So if a student comes in and says, I don't believe that, we have no alternative assignment to give them we can't change the course for them. The Board of Regents.
Psychology class, I'm sorry.
I'm using psychology as an example. But yeah, so if a student, if any topic that we covered, it was just very open and broad to say, if I don't believe this, I can just say, you have to give me something else. And we have to abide by the standards that we say the state says this is what we're teaching. Yes, we approve
I
that
agree with that 100%.
to get it to
You're
transfer.
gonna take my class, this is what I'm teaching.
Correct.
I would just like to foster an atmosphere, agree to disagree.
I just wanted to
used to be
provide you
saying
the
in
other
America,
side
agree
of
to
the
disagree.
conversation.
I get it. But if I don't agree with what I'm being taught, which I didn't in a lot of schools, you guys can imagine. But we still argued our minds, like I had a teacher in high school teaching physics about hot water freezes faster than cold water, something stupid. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Cold water is already cold, hot water is hot. We went on for like a week till she finally I made her a better teacher because she made me understand what she was trying to explain that I couldn't understand. But I couldn't, I'm like, nope, doesn't make sense. Nope. But we have.
Molecules.
Oh, yeah, I get it. It was something else, but I monopolized the class for a week, but I finally understood it. And then she's like, oh, here's how to teach an ignoramus like Shelby or some obstinate person that won't just go along. But just have a culture of like, we can all agree to disagree. This is what we're talking about. This is the answer that I believe on the test. If you believe something else, write that, driving on. That's what I would like to foster. And that's all I'm trying to say. And what I did want to point out, on my opinion, the Kansas statute for the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees shall be responsible for the operation, management, and control of the college. And we also determine the educational program of the college, subject to prior approval, blah, blah, blah. We as a board are in charge of the culture of this college, how things are taught, what is taught. It's not who we hire and how they choose to do things. Ultimately, we as a board are in charge. So I just wanted to make that point.
I think, yeah. And again, remember overarching, you're in charge of approving the programs, like if we bring construction to you or diesel technology or something, you're in charge of approving the programs. The board is not in charge of the curriculum content of the classes. That's the faculty's responsibility as expected by our accrediting bodies and by the Board of Regents. It's the faculty's discussion and decision departmentally and division to set the curriculum, to identify the textbooks that are going to be used. That's not the board's responsibility to be involved in those discussions. It's not. And when
But
you
ultimately, we have to
intrude on that,
change the culture of the college.
You
or how
do.
Things are done
you do,
as a board.
you do. But the
Ultimately,
board does
buck
not
stops
set
with
the
board.
curriculum.
I'm not
The
saying
board
we
does not.
pick out every minutia, but if we have a culture we don't like, or in general stuff not being taught, the board needs to address it. That's all I'm trying to say.
So Heather, did the policy to have the option to say, I don't want to do that come as a result of all this? Or is it did? So
I believe it did,
on the high schools part.
of the Board of Education. At
But
Rose Hill
the
Board of
Rose
Education.
Hill Board of Education.
Correct.
But the board didn't act on that at all.
They didn't.
No. Or at least while we were there.
It was a topic for discussion, I believe. It was
Oh,
just a
okay.
discussion item.
Okay.
That would maybe come forward later.
And just to
There were
clarify my
motions.
thought as a parent, my kids are doing dual credit. Yes, they're doing high school material, but yes, you're also doing college material. You're saving 2 years of your life by taking college and high school. I expect them to be exposed to other ideas. I just want that culture of inclusivity of their views and the other, everyone, no one's excluded based on what they believe. And let's hash it out.
We have a lot, we still have a
Yes.
full agenda, everybody. And we've been on this one for, yeah, over an hour and a half. Is everybody,
Beat it to death.
I don't want to be seen as stifling discussion. Are we okay moving on?
I'm good.
Okay, next up, which I think is the mission and vision update. Are we
Yeah.
holding off on that?
We're gonna pass on that tonight. We have a survey, an overall survey that came back, results came back last week regarding thoughts on the potential changes to mission and vision, and the committee, the small committee that's working on that, needs to review those next week and go through them because the committee hasn't had a chance to look at those. So we'll put this on the January agenda for you to talk about and look at.
Okay, next item is questions that Shelby, I think this item is based on your request for a discussion item on 20th day enrollment numbers.
Yes.
I think ESOM needs to come to the table. You can sit where Trustee Good would be sitting, ESOM, and that way you're in front of a microphone.
Absolutely. Please join us.
And you'll be on camera too.
Put your jacket.
We don't want you to feel discriminated.
That only improves our collective look.
Uh-huh. Am I leaving? No. But I mean, what I would like to point out is I had requested this data like October 11th or 13th or something. And Dr. Mohammed did give it to us early November with the intention of talking to us at the last meeting, which didn't happen at the meeting. And with the intentions of it happening during the work session, which didn't happen, which I understand I left early. But we spent an hour and 24 minutes talking about nonsensical stuff that could have been emailed to us. Old pipeline policies and laptops and stuff that none of us had any objections to, so.
Well, again, the board has to set policy and approve policy changes. And so even though we used a lot of time to do that, it was important because that's your responsibility and we can't move forward with those policy changes. ESOM was prepared at the work session to share that information, but again, we ran out of time. And I think the other thing was the prior meeting, ESOM had not had time to really review the compiled information. I think he compiled it and gave it to you, but he had not had time to really dig through it. And so we wanted him to be able to be prepared as well. So.
Well, just to clarify again. This is our 20th day numbers. We're our biggest losers. We're the biggest losers in the state. We've lost, what, 50,000 credit hours now? It's now December 13th, my wife's birthday. Hey, honey. But, and we're just now talking about 20th day numbers and the semester's over. What are we doing as a board to just now be discussing this? November 2nd, I wrote an email to Dr. Kroll. I'm asking for actual credit hours by each course. If Dr. Esom could have a detailed but more broad overview by next week, which would have been last month's meeting, that would be great. I would like it before the meeting if possible. If I can't imagine he wouldn't have this data, I'd ask you to pass it along to him, blah, blah, blah. And then she had responded that we'd go over at the work session. And then once again, as a board, I think we need to determine what we want to do at our work sessions. If we just want to go over minutia that doesn't matter.
I think
Or-
let's move on. You just
Okay.
mentioned this.
No,
and
I
Dr.
get
Cole
it.
responded.
I just don't like the implications that I'm holding this up.
And Shelby, I mean, that was a joke on my part.
No, I get it. That wasn't directed towards you.
And I do, first of all, let me say, I do appreciate the fact that your phrase is that let's do sensitivity, because that really gives us an opportunity to look at most data apples to apples without any externalities. So as I was looking at it, and you have that information, it, of course.
And I would also like a copy of these numbers in the PDF of next month's minutes. So when we go look at the video in the future or the PDF, we can see these that we're
I'll be
discussing.
happy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't told you to. So 5 falls worth of courses.
She needs a copy.
I've got an extra.
Five falls worth of courses, there are between 700 and 800 courses.
And as you can imagine, I haven't gone through each of them. But let me start by saying this. You're right, we have lost a lot. And I'll just turn it around and say we have probably the greatest opportunity to grow.
Yeah.
That being said, as I look at it, this is no secret to any of you. It's no secret to us. We have lost a lot of course, we have lost a lot of credit hours. Multiple factors, but when I look at the course level, which was asked, what I want to take a few minutes for is, in addition to the fact that we have lost across the board, take a look at those courses where the loss has been rather steep, much steep. And when I say that, I mean, not just the percentages, but also the raw numbers. Because think about it, I mean, something we had 5 falls ago, we had 100 credit hours. Today, if we have 50, that's a 50% loss, quite a bit of loss. But if we had 1,000 hours and now we have 800, it's only 20%, but that's a whole lot of loss as well. So I've tried to combine those things to take a look at where the losses have been steeper and see if we can have some themes which can at least explain some of that beyond the fact that we have simply, lost because, well, we are losing credit hours. As I look at it, there are 7 major themes which stare at me. One of them is a fairly benign one. The parent program has been sunset. Auto body is one of them. So if you look at courses with the prefix of AB, they're not there. Huge loss because we shut down the program. The next one to look at that I look at is, well, in some cases, we have changed the name or the designation of the programs or of the courses. So when you look at the courses which have the prefix FW, fitness and wellness, and then you look at the ones which have HP, human performance, we change the designation a little bit, especially look at FW 190 or HP 190. You see, well, here they are gone and they are picked up. So those are 2 fairly benign kind of explanations. The other one, the big one that I look at, and I know we talked about it a little bit earlier today. In some ways, we have paid a price for doing the right thing. We were one of the first colleges to say, students, when they come in, they spend a lot of time and a lot of money, and therefore their families do too. In going through remedial math and remedial English, and sometimes taking a lot of courses which do not add up to their degrees. So we took a couple of steps. We streamlined remedial math, we streamlined remedial English, the whole math and English pathways. We also adopted and adapted guided pathways. Along with it, in the remedial math and remedial English, we also added multiple measures so that, if somebody came in and said, okay, I'm not a good test taker. I bombed my ACT. Do I still have to go through the whole 10 hours? We found a way to see, well, let's see if it was just testing anxiety or something else. We tried to give them a path to get back on the track to get college credit. All that together meant that, well, the average person coming in who would have been taking, 20 hours in these things probably ended up taking 15 or 16. Doesn't make a whole lot of difference, those 4 or 5 hours, unless you think of it, 1,500 freshmen coming in. Those numbers quickly add up. So there's that. And there are a couple of additional things I'll mention towards the end about it, because there are some additional points on that we need to make. The fourth theme I look at is, well, transfer agreements. I know we were talking about it earlier today. There are classes, there are courses which in the past were able to be transferred more easily in some areas than they are today. It is true that the Kansas Board of Regents has articulation agreements, and it recommends that, this class should be able to be transferred everywhere. That's true. What it also says is in some specialized programs like engineering, they leave some of the discretion to the receiving schools. Sure, which is a state will accept EN 260, but not necessarily any more in mechanical engineering or electrical engineering. I'm making those mechanical engineering part up. But a course which is accepted by Wichita State generally may not be accepted by the College of Engineering for that matter. That is an additional thing. I mean, it is both, yes, you put it on your transcript. No, you're not going to accept it. You're going to take it again at aeronautical engineering. So there's that one. The next thing I'll point out is, and this is no secret to anyone, we have quite a bit of competition for core gen eds. The BS 103, the BS 160, the sociology and psychology, the art 101, art appreciation. You see them falling down quite a bit. Part of it is competition. One thing I point out to my boss and others is this, that of all the 19 community colleges in the state, all of them, we are in a unique position, singularly unique position, where there is a technical college affiliated with a university, not just in the next county, but in the next dang zip code. Yes, Hutchinson is next. Reno County is next to Sedgwick County too. It's not the next zip code. For us, it's the next zip code. So there is that. There are some courses in which, and these are the ones which begin with the letters PD, professional development. You did see in some of them quite a bit of downward. I looked at it. To me, what these are, they're orientation type courses. The students who come in, we want to let them know what's going on. If this is the field you want to go into, we tell you more about it. Those numbers went down. One of the things that stood out to me was it is very possible that those who are coming in, we are providing them information up front for most of our services and programs that they may not need to take this. Again, victim of our success in some ways or paying the price for doing the right thing. And finally, because of curriculum requirements and changes by accreditors and program accreditors, and transfer policies of other institutions. There are some courses which are not being accepted as much as they could have. Specifically, I'm talking about, there's a course NR 245 in nursing. As I was talking to the associate dean of nursing, he said, well, yeah, those are some things which are not being accepted as much or required as much by our professional credits. Similarly, there are courses like the H111 is another one, chemistry 106, biology 240. There's several of them. It's not an exhaustive list. I'm giving you an illustrated list. So all those things, in addition to the general enrollment decline, what we see is there are certain themes which are connected to all of that. Now, and I know some of you want to ask questions. Before I do that, here is me coming in telling you that this is the bad news. But do I have any solutions? I will point out that when you look at it, there are a couple of things that we are really looking at, we should be looking at, and I'm pretty confident we will be looking at. One of them, and Dr. Neville and I have talked about it, is the whole idea of our fill ratios. The number of seats we have and the number of students we have. He is actively looking at least doing something about it. Unfortunately, he's not the dictator, neither are any of us. We cannot say, well, today, this is gone, because there are some teach outs which have to be done. There are students who, for them, it's the only course left. So we have to be strategic about it. And the other thing is, and this is, many of you have heard me say this time and again to the point of saying, Isam, shut up. Retention is a big issue. We are going to be looking at it more closely. For good or bad, our retention numbers are this way. For every student who comes in fall seeking a degree, for every 2 students who come in, one of them is gone the next
semester or the next year?
Next fall.
The next fall.
Yeah, 50%. We had we finally did a pretty big institution-wide retention study with recommendations and findings. Trustee Good was there, or you were invited as well. We had some pretty interesting and compelling findings and recommendations. And when you think about it, when we're talking about retention, it's just not, well, okay, 50%. So when we are talking about retention at 50%, 1 out of every 2 of those students, essentially we are talking, ladies and gentlemen, about somewhere in the vicinity of 10,000 credit hours a year. 10,000 credit hours a year. even if we are able to push it up a little bit. And I know that we are focusing on that far more than we have in the past. I think you will start seeing some of these numbers change. Why is this so important? You know, that very old saying in every language in the world, that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. This is literally the case, 2 and 1. Two coming in, 1 going out. So that's another one of those things. And finally, there are classes, there are sections where we don't have a whole lot of students. We are going to be looking closer at that to see, you know, what's the cutoff where we can say, you know, at this point, this may not be feasible. Easier said than done. I mean, you know, I'm telling you this, these are complicated things that I know Dr. Neville is aware of. He is thinking about it as well. But that's something else we'll be looking at again, with the idea that the fill ratios eventually start going up, because this is both an enrollment issue and yes, it's a fiscal and taxpayer issue too. So that being said, the old rules apply. That easy questions to me, harder ones to Dr. Crowell, the hardest one to Chairman Rhodes, and I'll stop there.
Okay, I'll give you an easy one.
Sure.
Can I give you an easy one? Do
I'll
we
take your
have,
word for it.
as far as all of these, the 50% loss?
Sure.
Let me tell you, that's terrible. And I feel for you. That's a horrible loss. And I don't want to see that either. Do we have any kind of a exit interview? Do we have teachers or instructors calling them and saying, what's going on? Counselors,
Yeah, that's a very good question. Dr. Winslow.
anyone?
If you had asked me this 3 years ago, I would have said generally no. But in the last 3 years, we have not only brought in technology, but some training to do that too. It's not at a place that we would like it to be yet. But we have a technology system called a Visa, which allows instructors, and not just them, but counselors and others to kind of connect with the student as soon as certain red flags come up. The challenge there is, well, it's still a new system. We need more training and more adoption of it. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, we do. Is it at the level that we would like it to be? Probably not, but.
What level would you say it is percentage wise?
Uh,
Like, let's just use the system
Sure.
itself, the one that you said technologically is able to red flag and correspond between teacher and student. What are the percentage? What is the percentage of instructors that are using that?
I do not have that answer. I'll get it to you from the coordinator of the thing. I do not have it right now, but I'll make a note.
Next meeting? Because
Yes,
there's no work session this
Yes.
time, so.
it's we call it the adoption rate of a Visa, but yes, I'll get it to you next meeting. I'll get it to you next year.
Hey, there you go.
Very funny.
Any other questions?
I had a question. I didn't understand the I guess it's in the sports and all the. Is there an actual class, like if you're taking soccer or softball, baseball, do you have an actual class with credit hours for that?
I believe
And
we
it-
do.
And the
yes.
numbers are very low. It's like there's only like 10 hours for, let's see if I can find the page here. Like,
Well, they would also be spread out. I think they repeat those courses.
like varsity football, 53 hours, and then basketball was 10 hours. Baseball is 22 hours. It seemed like an awfully small number of hours.
Probably 1 hour, they're probably 1 hour.
Yeah, they're 1 hour courses. Yeah, so it's 1 credit hour per student.
But we went from 138 to 53. We just have that many fewer football players.
Where are you at? What page?
No page numbers.
What
Dr.
course is
Mohammed,
that?
FW. Okay.
Page 7.
For the varsity sports, you've got varsity football 1, 2, 3, and well, actually, you've got varsity football 1 and 2. And basketball, I think it's 1 and 2 as well. We've reduced the number of credit hours that athletes could earn for a couple of reasons. One, they don't transfer. Two, it's because students have to pay fees on those and sometimes they don't want to take them. We don't require them to enroll in the varsity sports courses if they don't want to. But we significantly, they used to be able to take varsity basketball 1, 2, 3, and 4, varsity football 1, 2, 3, and 4, then muscle pump and fitness circuit for weightlifting. And we've reduced all of that just because they don't transfer. We don't.
They perpetuate that stereotype of athletes not learning a lot. I mean, when they were just take all athletics.
It's an institutional requirement. The other part of that was, I mean, some students wanted, if they were a physical education major, they wanted to take those classes, but we reduced them altogether.
I had a question. It seemed like a lot of our dancing. There's not a lot of hours there on.
So again, with dance, you're gonna be combining dance 1, 2, 3, 4 over 4 semesters. Those students tend to repeat in chronological order. So those students would be cohorted together across 4 semesters at a time.
Right.
So you would combine those 4 different levels of dance and that would be a full class.
Like if we have. Like is it just a 1 hour class? Like this is page 2, 4, 5, I guess. Like choreographies, it's down 75% to just 8 hours.
If
Was that- I was looking at 240 and 241, but yeah. The choreography 140 and 141. That'd be the same students in the same class, just with the next semester, because they started on and off semester or whatever.
Okay, so you're saying 50,000 credit hours and this.
Oh, I think our high was like 184,000 credit hours 9 or
was
10
the
years ago. Do what?
That was a academic year number.
Right, and now we're down to 130.
That's right.
So we've lost. As a percentage, that's like 30%. I don't remember the percentage.
But as comparison fall to falls, it's about 17,000.
Oh, last fall to this fall is 4% or whatever, a little over 4%.
Well, I'm looking overall, I guess.
Oh, overall?
2018 to 2022, so
Okay, I think that was in the back.
I just want to be sure I understand this correctly
yeah.
from the comments. So, things that are less than 50, not looking at that, but the math, 135 and the 151 calc is what you're talking about in reference to the math and you said, English and math, and if you look at those, there is a lot of change there. English comps 1 and 2 from 18 to now.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was just trying to look at the big discrepancies between 18 and 22. As I said, some of it is.
And if I may,
I might not have understood it.
no, I think you're right, Pastor Jolly, that when we talk about the overall decrease, English 101 and 102 are big, because I mean, that's basically the meat and potatoes. The math part is part of it as well, but with math, one of the other things we've also done is there is, if you want to call it a parallel track, the traditional math 135, which is the modular math. And that has taken away some of it, but that doesn't take away the overall picture, that overall in both of those, we have kind of lost. And with the math one, this is, there has been some talk about revisiting that, not that we do a very good job at modular math, but is it possible to probably recalibrate it? So right now it is 2/3 of it is modular math, 1/3 is the traditional. Can we remodulate it a little bit, maybe instead of 2/3 to 1/3 to maybe 60/40? I don't know. That's a great decision. But I see that and I hope if our math faculty are listening, please forgive me because I know this is a sensitive area. But is it possible that we can attract more with having a few more of the traditional college algebra courses? I don't know. That's something else I think about.
Well, and math pathways are going to change at state level here pretty soon as well. So that will impact some of our enrollment. But I think we also want to take a little step back and, we did talk a lot earlier about dual enrollment and high school enrollment. And I think that's, if you look at a lot of our gen ed core classes, that's where you're going to see a lot of those numbers going down, which means a lot of students are taking those at the high school, not necessarily in our service area. So that's impacting higher ed enrollment. In most places that offer dual credit or early college enrollment, because they're finishing those. If you think about majority of our students where they come from, if they've finished those classes outside of our district, then by the time they come and take classes with us, they've already completed some of those courses at the high school. So I think we want to factor in that. I think we also want to factor in another institution down the road that's now is teaching a full complement of gen ed core classes that hadn't been doing that prior, I would say probably within the last 5 years. So that competition is also impacting a lot of our enrollment. You could take a guess.
But, well, and they, as the technical schools at the time moved towards accreditation on their own. I was at Cloud at the time, they had an option either to affiliate with the university or another institution or do standalone accreditation. And many of them chose standalone accreditation. And because they did that, then the Higher Learning Commission requires that they teach their own gen ed course. And so a lot of those institutions then started to teach comp and math and all of those kinds of things that maybe we had done in the past when they were a technical school, but the Higher Learning Commission required that they start to teach those things themselves. So that would be part of why their credit hours increased in some of those areas and ours, decreased because those students had been coming to us previously.
And I think you will see if you look, if you put together some of these courses by programs, some of these areas, our ag program has actually increased. It's up. Our education program is up. Our foreign language courses are up. Welding is up. And some of the other opportunities I think, that we're looking at, obviously our opportunity at El Dorado Correctional Facility is a big enrollment opportunity for us. We do have access right now to Second Chance Pell, soon to be Pell and prison education programs. And one caveat, we do have to remain in good standing with HLC to receive those federal funds. So those federal funds are really integral to us growing our enrollment because that is an opportunity for us. It's a big opportunity for us to grow our enrollment. And right now, we're still waiting on facilities and technology infrastructure out there. So we're still kind of waiting on the state to deliver some things on their end. I think that is really, a big opportunity for us. We know just looking at just this fall, our high school enrollment in Butler County is growing. So I think it's a great testament of the work that Heather's team is doing to facilitate more students at the high school level. Our partnership with Cali and at the Winfield location, that is another growth opportunity for us. So there's things that we're looking at trying and we're doing, they're in progress, but it's just going to be a little more time before we see some of that return on in those investments.
There is a piece of good news I'll share because I know this, logically this will come up that, well, you have lost hours in this course. Have you reduced sections? I think that's a fair question. And obviously I haven't gone through all 700 of them, but one of the big ones that I looked at was, philosophy 101. And I look at it, between fall of 2018 to fall of 2020, we lost about fall of 2022, we lost 420 hours, which is significant. Well, did we reduce the number of sections as well on census day? And the answer is yes. They went from 10 to 6, which is very proportionate to how much we lost. I haven't looked at it everywhere,
Funny you should bring that up because we did work on that report. And from what we show from fall 2018 to fall 2022, fall 2018, we offered 2005 sections. Fall 2022, we offered 1,629. So that is almost 19% reduction in the number of course sections that we've offered. So we are trying to keep pace with that enrollment change.
Has the spending overall at the college changed proportionately as well?
Well, yeah, I think we're following those trends to the best of our ability. I think, as a pathway institution, we also got to remember that, we are offering those pathways, which means we need to guarantee that we are providing those classes to our students. And that is part of that commitment is those classes sometimes do have to run at a smaller number because we do have to honor that agreement that a student has committed to completing that pathway.
But you also have identified that at least in academics, in your academic departments, your spending is down.
Yeah,
correct?
our spending has gone down. If you look at from a payroll perspective, so we're trying to follow those trends of our enrollment to the best of our ability.
In the pathways, if I could just ask a quick question. The pathways, is that a state initiative?
It's a national movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
With that government funds backing or?
No, it's a best practice. What it really involves is putting students on a pathway, keeping them on our pathway and getting them completed with less time, less money, and less expended credit hours. So
This is a consortium of colleges.
I'm not sure what this institution committed to, what pathway partner.
Modeled after what was happening at Odessa Community College. I mean, it was happening at some signature institutions around the nation, and our folks reviewed and used some of those folks from a consulting perspective, and then modeled our pathways over a time frame based on some of those models that were already out there. Nationally.
Completion by design would be a national entity. Pathways are essentially our degree plans.
Comes to reduction as far as overall enrollment, like Kim was just talking about.
I'm not sure.
I think I know what you're saying. Part of what happened with the development of pathways is that students didn't have options to take as many electives. They were more focused on a pathway, again, to save them money, to save them wasted credit hours. And so there were fewer classes, more focused classes that they were taking. And so that impacted enrollment as well, because they weren't just taking extra random classes.
Okay, how
That's
much would you say that?
I don't know. I mean, we'd have to go back and really review historically. But we also have seen increased graduation rates and increased transfer rates and student success. So it's certainly a respected model across the nation. Institutions.
And you got to remember, students, four-year institutions accept 60 credit hours. So if our students are leaving here with 90, 100 credit hours, that's exhausting their financial aid to an extent that they are not going to be able to complete at the four-year school. So our goal is to reduce that number because that is the intent of those pathways. From our point of view is from a transfer pathway, we want them to leave with 60 credit hours.
You're getting there.
And Linda, you had your hand up a couple of times.
Sorry. I just wanted to make the comment that although the numbers, I mean, we can see these numbers, but they're only a part of the story because you have to compare that then to the financial side of it and the changes in culture that we're seeing if they're getting more dual credits than they were before. And probably as a board, we need to at some point determine kind of the mix of all that and then go to things like the retention numbers and what were those recommendations and are they things that we can help support? We've talked all along what can the board do? Then just, the awareness of some of the principles like having to teach out a course if you eliminate it and so forth. So although the numbers are interesting, they're just not the whole picture.
The ESOM, you'll have to help me remember the time frame. But the other, another piece of this is that the Board of Regents requires now that the universities only offer bachelor's degrees for 120 credit hours. Used to be 124 or more than that. Community and technical colleges could offer associate's degrees that ranged anywhere from 60 to sometimes 72 hours. And with the change in that Board of Regents requirement that a bachelor's degree could only be 120 hours, that cut down. Then, I mean, our folks had to go through and eliminate courses or realign courses in our programs because we could only offer an associate's degree at 60 hours. I think the nursing program has 62 maybe. And that's because it's one of the exceptions because of state nursing, Board of Nursing requirements and stuff. But that also impacted universities and us to have to cut down those credit hours.
Just a really dumb question, I guess. So like Wichita Technical College, if you graduate from there, how's that different from graduating from Butler? Or is it the same? Is it an associate's degree? What do you get when you leave there?
It's an associate of applied science degree. They don't teach, and we teach associate of applied science degrees, which most people perceive as career and technical degrees. So for instance, in our career and technical areas, like, in auto tech or in welding or, some of their programs in aviation mechanics, they're associate of applied science degrees. And so those typically indicate that student's probably going to go to work right as they finish their degree. Community colleges also offer associate of arts, associate of science, and associate of general studies, which are perceived more as transfer degrees. So you're going to take your associate's degree hours from us, and then you're probably going to go on and finish a bachelor's degree. So that's the difference. And I don't think any of the technical colleges offer anything other than associate of applied science degrees. We all can offer certificates and short-term programs then as well.
Yeah, that's a very good question to ask Trustee Vanguard, because in the good old days, and we're just talking about even 5 or 6 years ago, there was fairly distinct line that well, this is AS. You get out into the workforce and this is AS and AA, and you keep transferring somewhere. That has become a gray area, which has allowed somebody like that institution down the road to kind of muddy the water so that because those can be transferred at some point too. So that competition is hitting us as well, which I guess 5 or 6 years ago wasn't that big.
Yeah, I think that's something that's gonna, we spend a lot of time talking about, evolution of thought and how the world is and how, people perceive things. And I just think it's whatever WSU Tech is offering is obviously something people are interested in, and whether we like it or not, it's competition that we didn't have before. So I just think there's gonna have to be a hard look at what they offer versus what we offer and react accordingly so that hopefully both institutions can thrive still, rather than everybody keep trying to grab from the same pile, there is a difference, I believe. And so I would think the idea would be focus on how we're different and try to promote that, I guess. Easier said than done, I guess, but.
But it has to be done. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the competitive advantage. There are things in which, if we look at it, we have competitive advantages. In others, we probably don't as much. So yes, I mean, at the risk of making some people mad who are listening here, but there's something. No institution can be everything to everybody.
Right.
And we are taking a look at it. And we'll continue to take a look at it. And go from there. But, I think your comment is very good.
Yeah, and it goes back to the article that you sent us on the email, just that it's not just a Butler problem, it's a statewide problem, and the viability of these institutions and how many we have. And, it's just gonna come to a place where you have to make those decisions. And I just, hope we're making them to where we're one of the ones that's gonna thrive, not one of the ones that's just gonna flounder.
Any additional questions?
I just had one comment. I apologize earlier for coming across like an a-hole, but this is just like super important to me and what we're doing and how we're losing, and I don't see enough focus on it. I would possibly like more board discussion in the future on our work sessions. We've done brainstorming before, but bringing people like Dr. Muhammad or people from other departments like, hey, let's talk about what we can do better, what we can focus on more and just push towards, thriving and just.
Because sorry.
I don't want to ignore any of this stuff and just, here we are 5 years later and it's continued.
Yeah.
At some point, let's just face it, address it, look at everything, have some tough talks and then.
We look at this every day.
Well, I know, but I would like to be someone involved as a board member too.
And if I can respond to, I'm sorry, I got you.
No, I just wanted to sympathize with you when you say that, it's sensitive topics to some. I know I've used the example in Augusta a million times about Robinson Elementary being closed down. It's a very sensitive topic, especially to the folks that utilize that as an elementary school every day, and their kids have gone there for years and generations there. But we're at that place where hard decisions have to be made and feelings will be hurt, unfortunately, and that's just the reality of the
Are
situation.
you suggesting I update my resume at some
No,
point?
no, I mean, I'm just saying.
I think what, if I can rephrase that a little bit and add a little bit of my thoughts, I think what Linda's saying, and I think what Kim's saying might be a little bit different, but we all care about what happens at the college in the future. So we would, as a board, we would like to monitor, I guess, what the college is doing in trying to address these, not just actual projects you're taking on and how you're dealing with it. Like you did mention the software or the technology that is available now. Well, a lot of that might be culture driven, and maybe now, why are you laughing? Maybe if a little more emphasis was put on some of those things, a little less on others, they would begin to naturally improve.
Yeah, I don't think you need to, I don't want to put you in a position to.
Sorry.
David's got his
Okay,
hand.
I'm gonna say something. I know that we've had numbers drop. I'm tired of hearing it. Okay, I want to transition to the future. Okay, just like I went to a deal at Emporia State University and Emporia's numbers dropped. They're not talking about their numbers dropping. They're
cut
talking
programs.
about transitioning to the future, investing in their marketing department and market for students, the same students we market for. So we've got to do the same thing. I want to be positive about it and say we have got the best community college in South Central Kansas with the best instructors that give a student a total experience that they could go to the powerhouse and see great college basketball, or they could go to the fine arts department and see a show choir that was only invited, the only group to be invited to the Wichita Orchestra and the Music Theater of Wichita, and to have one of their instructors be a primary principal in that program. We are the best. And I understand, hey, we've got to figure out and we've got to move forward. But we also have to project an image of positivity and moving forward, that we're watching out after the numbers. We have instructors who are saying, okay, these classes are dropping, these classes are coming up. We have kids that are in high school that say, I only want to take 12 hours and then I'm out of here. We have to deal with that fact. We don't have it like when I went to college. Listen, there was a motivating fact for when I went to college, because either you went to college or you went to the University of Vietnam. That was a big motivator for Dave Scheer to go to college. Okay, that's not going on now. But I do think that we as a board need to be positive. It's okay to look at these, but I don't want to dwell on the negativity. I want to dwell on the positive of being a positive institution, that what we are doing now with all of the students that we have enrolled now, they're getting the best instruction and we're looking out for their future and we're going to offer them new things as we move into the future. That's
think
kind of
that's
my,
exactly
that's my big, I'm a very big positive person. And that is, I understand the numbers. I understand we'll never get as high as we once were. There's the population's going down like that it isn't, you know, it's kind of artificial, but I do know that we can control the numbers and we can control an upward trend and we can offer better than what Wichita State Tech is offering. We can offer a course cheaper than what Wichita State University is offering. We just have to tell that message to the kids. And I'll tell you, the kids that are taking classes across the hall from where I'm teaching are getting a very positive experience. That's my say.
And if I may, Trustee Shearer, I'm sorry, I should have probably not interrupted, but when you call me back for the KPIs, I'm going to address that, and I think you're going to like what I'm going to say.
I really would like to, if I can make this last comment. I think you're doing a good job in doing these analyses. That's not an issue for me. But I think before we can affect a change in whatever we do at this college, that we have to know where we are now. And in the last 2.5 years, that has not been easy to determine. And we have other things to deal with. Like you mentioned, trends that David doesn't want to talk about. So I'm not going to mention them again. But these trends, it's important that we know. We need to know what these trends are and where they are so that we can take an active role. Okay, you understand how important it is for the board members? You know, I don't know about the rest of you, but that's real important.
And that's why, you know, I've tried to, when I came here with this, I wanted to get as in-depth as possible and be respectful of your time and going. And as you have questions, you route it to my boss. I'll do as much as I can to answer that question. And which is also why, you know, we invited everybody to the retention study unveiling. And as we have more of these Zoomcast, I'll make sure that you guys are kept informed of that.
Dr. Mohammed, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have our added discussion item on the kind of construction management update.
I would suggest, could we just get an email update? Save some time tonight, or?
Tell us what you want an update on. Clarify for us what you're.
Instructor is retiring, so I just want to see how he's being replaced. I know we currently have 0.
We posted a position, November 6th, I believe. So, not as of today.
Semester in Rose Hill, which just seems odd to me, but we haven't really discussed it at all.
No, we don't, but we actually really exceeded enrollment's expectations in construction at the El Dorado Correctional Facility. I mean, significantly grew.
Leaving for Colorado, not necessarily dissatisfied.
Yes.
That's all I know.
Yes.
So it's not some big thing. All right.
Change in location.
Okay.
Next
Should be equally as fast.
Yeah, the mileage issue.
Yeah, there's a section in your board bylaws, section 6.02 that says reimbursement guidelines. You can be reimbursed based on our travel policies.
Well,
You
the
just,
6.01 is mileage. It said you shall be paid mileage. 6.02 is in regards to travel outside and reimbursement.
no, that's mileage as well. You
The
can-
way I read it specifically says 6.02 had to do with
It's
out of
based,
town things and not,
well, some of you are traveling from out of town. I mean,
well,
you're,
there's 2 separate sections. I would just
Well-
like, as a board, let's figure out our mileage and reimburse the trustees. I think it'd be fair just starting at the beginning of the year, get everybody caught up. call
that's
it a
fine.
day.
But what I need to tell you is that you specifically have to turn in your own personal mileage. You have to track it and turn it in. We will reimburse you based on the documentation that you turn in, based on our reimbursement policy that the
Well, if
college has
there's a
approved.
form
So,
we need to get it.
yeah,
or-
we should have already.
I've
been in.
never heard of how to do this
Now,
at all.
no,
I just,
stop.
I was reading this
It should be in here.
and then in the state guidelines, it said the same thing. So that's why I brought it up.
And
We're not
that's
doing
fine.
this for the money. It's gonna be.
Let's
legal
not
to drive over
suggest that
here, but yeah.
administration's trying to keep us from getting.
No, I'm
mileage
not saying
money.
that
If
at all. I'm
anybody
just saying
wanted
it
it, we
says-
could have asked about
It
it.
says they shall, and I ran across it. That's why I'm bringing it up. It
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
say
a-
we should or we can. It specifically says they
It's-
shall.
It's up to you guys to turn in that mileage. Is there a specific form that we use for mileage?
Well, it's part of our expense report process and it's, you know, just basically it says how many miles are you going and then it calculates it based on the IRS mileage. or something put in there.
So you do have,
Yeah,
for employees, we do.
I assume it's the same.
Could you send us a copy of that legally?
Yeah,
Online going now, so I think it'd probably be simple
We can just,
to just make it work. I mean, all they have to do is tell us when they, we can work on it.
yeah,
And
Well-
we've all been the same number of meetings this year. It's like, it was just odd to me. It said you shall, and then the state got on and said you shall.
I'll email you a form
Yeah.
that you can fill out
I
and
think
we'll
that's
turn it into AP.
We qualify. You know,
One quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we just, if we don't want mileage,
You don't
can
have
we
to.
just, can we just sign a waiver?
No, you don't even have to do that. You just don't even have to turn anything in. Yeah. If you want reimbursed for mileage, you can turn in the paper. Otherwise, you don't have to.
Moving on, board action items. The first one is the
Sorry,
change.
You're gonna
just to
take.
clarify, if we're not, we need to change the bylaw on that saying they shall if they choose. That needs to be changed, the verbiage, if it's not shall. That's all I'm trying to say, because it doesn't give any wiggle room in how it's written. They shall be paid mileage, period. So either do that or, I mean, I don't care about the mileage at all. That's, we've never even asked about it. Say, unless they refuse or sign a waiver, like Linda Jolly said, and then I'm happy to sign a waiver. I don't care. That's not what our bylaws state. Or the state statute doesn't say that either. It just said trustees shall be paid mileage. So just-
I wouldn't mind mileage. I mean, it is.
Well, Julie does drive those cars. All right, I'm not trying to be a stinker. It's just.
I-
Summary. We can talk about it later. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Nope, that's all right. That's all right. Keep it moving. Next item on action items are the policy changes. These start at page 8. on your
I would
book.
move to approve all the policy changes as written.
And I'll second it.
Yeah, we talked about these at the work session, so we passed through all the changes. Any further discussion?
And I watched the last little bit of the videos. And all that.
Go ahead.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, everybody. That passes 7-0. Next item is the change to the board bylaw with respect to public comment. We talked about this at the last meeting. The revised language is on page 42 of your board book. Would
I would-
entertain a motion to approve that.
I would
Change.
move to approve that as written.
And I'll second it. Or-
Mr. Chair, you did say 7-0, but Mary Martha's not here, so that. last
Oh,
vote
I'm
was
sorry.
6-0.
Thank you. You are correct. 6-0.
I'm sorry, Shelby. I'm just glad you're paying attention.
Well,
Are we ready for the roll on?
Yes, go ahead.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0. Next item is approval of the updated FY 2023 fall budget. Talked about this at the work session. Does anybody have any additional questions for Kent?
I had one.
Or Kent, sorry, are there changes from what we talked about it?
No, go ahead.
My only question is, I think back in the summer, we saw some sort of a mention of a $400,000 increase in advertising for a position or two and an increase in, but I haven't seen board approval of that issue. Or like a specific presentation to us to approve that,
The budget was approved.
but I didn't see something for us. It's like, here's our advertising firm and here's what we're spending and here's who we're hiring. As an,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would come to you if it was something in excess of $35,000.
$400,000.
Right,
Yeah,
but
that's-
the individual,
Even the specifics, I don't remember about the firm or what they were gonna be doing or.
That additional funding is split up among a number of different things. So that additional funding is going to be paying for Facebook ads and social media kinds of things that happen out of marketing. Some of it will be committed to the firm that we work with, but It's additional funding. It's not going to just one firm. It's being split out over a number of different places.
I thought
And-
we're hiring a new firm and a new,
No,
a new
No.
employee to do that.
no, not hiring a new firm.
And from that, yeah, 2 new employees, but not a new firm. And then the bulk of that addition to marketing is actually digital advertising that we're doing in-house.
My question was, a few months ago, I think,
You need to speak into your microphone. I think, Julie.
I think we had somebody come to I keep wanting to say pulpit, and I know that's not right. The speaker box, there we go. To talk about, this addition to the advertising budget, and I could have sworn, I thought they promised us a plan.
It was Kelly that spoke about the
Yeah.
changes in marketing. She was the one that provided the overview.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not being nasty.
recall being asked about a plan. We did talk about the website. So there's many, I'm actually in conversations with an entity to help us. We've already engaged with them once to help with content for the new website. So we can get that project up and rolling, because that, with the abilities on that new website that we're going to have to impact enrollment and conversion rates, the artificial intelligence that it provides, it's definitely something we need to get up and finished and moving. But I don't recall the request for a plan. I am working on one, but it's not complete yet.
Okay.
Okay, with that being said, I move that the board approve the modified operating budget for the current year of fiscal year 2023 to 55,907,505 as presented in the 2022-2023 administrative budget update booklet dated November 28th, 2022.
Second. Any further discussion? Okay.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
No.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
I'm gonna say no, just for the advertising thing. I misunderstood. I don't think we need to spend 400 grand on that, but
That would be my.
that was
reason.
passed and I misunderstood, so right on.
That passes 4-2. Next item, we've got some retirements. Shelley?
Can we take a break? It's been 3.5 hours. I just.
Let's get through the retirements.
Okay.
Okay.
Is just Jessica in here? Oh, Jessica, oh, no, it's not Jessica, is it? I was gonna say, you want to talk about Pat, but I could talk a little bit about Pat. I didn't work with her directly, but she definitely had been here for quite a number of years. She worked in adult education and she assisted a lot of people in college, mostly part-time, but she certainly made an impression on people. She's a lovely, lovely lady. And people were sad to see her go, but happy for her in her retirement. And she'll be missed.
Do we want to do these three all in one, or do we need 3 different motions?
I think we can do them all.
If we mention all 3 of them?
I think that's fine.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
Yeah, let's mention all 3 names.
Right,
In the motion.
right.
Next one was Terry
Vandiver.
Terry Vandiver. So Terry has worked in IT for nearly 25 years. She actually started full-time at Butler in 1987. She worked part-time a year and a half before that. So she's been with Butler for nearly 37 years. Terry worked for advising for a little over 12 years before she moved to my division, before I came here. Terry is a huge resource for us, and she's going to be missed for sure. So she's been in IT for almost 25 years. Terry is a system specialist in the Banner system, and so she's helped lots of departments kind of figure out how to use and how to get reports and data out of Banner. Terry also was an adjunct instructor for a lot of years, teaching some different courses around Butler. So she's gonna be missed. We're wish her well in her retirement. And I promised her that I wouldn't call her with problems for a while at least. So we'll let her enjoy some retirement. So Terry's gonna be missed, and it's been a pleasure getting to work with her and getting to lead her in our division.
All right, so Dr. Bradley is leaving after nearly 3 decades at Butler. She started as an adjunct faculty, became full-time faculty member in the English department, associate dean, academic dean. She was the first administrator in the 5,000 building, she claims. Led the development of academic integrity policy, the OUT program, hosted 4 Great Plains conferences on accelerated developmental education, and of course led our OER development at the college. So Susan does say it's time for her to retire and enjoy life with her husband and extended family. She says that she will always value her experiences here and thanks her colleagues, faculty, and administrators alike for their steadfast dedication to public higher education, creativity and passion, and inspiring work. Go Butler. Thank you, Susan.
I think she's already enjoying it down in Florida.
I would make a motion to accept all 3 retirements since they've already been mentioned.
Yeah, let's put the names in the motions. Let's put the
Okay,
names in there.
that would be Pat Cummins, Terry Van Beaver, and Susan Brett.
And I was second.
Okay.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes. Okay, that passes 6-0. We want to take a short break. I would not say no.
I wouldn't mind.
That's-
Yeah.
Maybe some crackers would be good.
Oh, there's some little food back there. Okay.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
Then I'll have to, but I got some cheaper ones.
Ready. That was good.
We're gonna go ahead and start, you guys. You're in charge? All right.
Okay, we are back live here. Our next action item is a follow-up from last month relating to the complaint that was.
You gotta do the board
member
shall be.
Yeah, that was after.
I think
that's
that's after, yeah.
Yeah, we added those after.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're paying attention though.
So this is a follow-up to the complaint that was submitted by trustee Jolly against trustee Winslow with respect to the failure to notify Dr. Kroll of the issue she became aware of at Rose Hill. I appointed a committee to look into this per the board policy last month. Mary Martha sent me this email today when she realized she wasn't going to be able to attend the meeting. I'll read it. It's very straightforward and we can talk about it. It says, this committee met 2 times, November 21st and November 25th. The committee was comprised of myself, Kim Brungard, and David Scher. It was a unanimous vote that trustee Julie Winslow violated bylaws 1010, Article 5.03. The committee did not have a plan for a possible course of action. Kim or Dave, do you want to add anything to that as terms of the committee's recommendation?
Essentially the lack of any action. I just feel that personally, anyway, I won't speak for David. He can say what his own piece. I question the validity of the policy. I mean, it's a black and white question as to whether or not it was violated. So I can't sit there and say something's black when it's white. It was violated. I question the appropriateness of the policy. And I don't feel that any significant repercussion is applicable, especially in light of what the individual said today, that the parent that it was in regard to, she said that it was in confidence. So that's where the discord or the, going off the rails, I guess, a little bit with the committee was how to move forward with it. I just didn't feel it was really appropriate to do anything because I question the policy personally. So that was my take on it.
I think, Dave, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Well, I think I guess maybe I'm real sensitive that we represent the college, but we are not employees of the college. And we've got to be sensitive that sometimes some things could happen that we may not think would have any effect. But we do need to let Dr. Kroll know, since she is our only employee, and then she can further investigate, I used an example many years ago when I was a young teacher. A kid came to me and it was a Queen of Courts type thing, and I didn't really satisfy her, and I said something to the principal, and the principal pooed it off. He said, well, don't worry about it. And the next day, the superintendent came knocking on my door because the child's lawyer was sitting in the superintendent's office. Well, I was sure glad that I said something to the principal, because then they could then get what they needed to get. And it was insequential. It really was. But you never know when something is going to come and, I just don't want to be surprised by anything. So I think you just need to be aware of that.
I think we've got per the board policy and the policy in terms of handling complaint policy. I think we have 2 questions for the 6 of us tonight. Trustee Winslow doesn't vote on this. The first question is, was there a violation? And then the second question, if we decide that there was, is what, if anything, is the appropriate response? So I think to your point, Kim, I think those are 2 separate issues. And I think we address one and then we would address the second one. Before we would address the first one, it's certainly Trustee Winslow's right to, if you want to present something or explanation. We've,
I
That's
don't
up to you.
really have an explanation, except I am not going to violate some of the company. You can put in that board guidelines policy thing, or whatever you want to call it, the bylaws, you can put on there that I have to stab everybody in the back before I leave, but I'm not gonna do that. You can literally, I've talked to two attorneys about this. You can literally write whatever you want if you have, which you do. Right? So you can write whatever you want. And if, but to me, not violating someone's confidence is about you. It's about you. Sorry, if you don't look at it.
no, that, I don't infer the,
But
the concern, my comment, and I'd like to hear Dr. Kroll's,
I
because
didn't
she,
vote for this policy.
this has nothing to do with voting for the policy, or, I mean,
If
we,
you asked me if I want to speak about it.
okay,
And you-
that's, I'm sorry, that, no, that wasn't what I
You
meant.
know, I didn't vote for these, and I told you at the time, I thought they were like. Push towards First Amendment. Really, that's. But I can maybe call on other things. If it was life and death, or if I knew there was a bomb in the school, of course, I would call. But somebody just running things by me and asking if they were taking the right steps at that point in time. You know, the only thing that I suggested to them is, I think she should probably include chicken in her calls. So,
My concern with this
your
situation,
concern is.
would you let me finish, please?
Well, I wasn't. You asked me
Okay, you
something,
paused long enough. I thought you were done. Please
No.
continue.
You know,
Turn your mic on, Julie.
sorry. Here you go.
Well, you should have told me before now, but
Well, I
it's
didn't
okay.
know. I got a text message.
Oh, okay. The point is, we adopted these policies, what, a year and a half ago, about the time we started looking at who gets the phone calls or who gets the text messages or who gets the emails and who doesn't. And, you know, I didn't vote for these changes because I thought they were very intrusive. And although I know Dr. Kroll likes to control everything, I will not violate someone's confidence. I don't care. Like I said, if it's a bomb threat or somebody's murdered or they're laying in the street about to die, I might reconsider at that point. But the woman clearly had everything she was going to do laid out. She had everything. First, when she wrote me that email, she asked me to call her, and first thing I told her was, look, I'm only one trustee. But just because you put that stuff in the bylaws, I could put, you have to dance like a monkey every time you speak. And if we had enough people that passed it, then you'd have to dance like a monkey or you'd be in violation of that policy. I know you don't agree with me. I don't care.
I have not said
But-
anything because each time I've tried, you've told me you're not done yet.
Well,
When you are finished, I
This
will
is my
respond.
first round. Let's put it that way.
Here are my general thoughts. We live in a world of rules. And the organization, the governmental
Excuse me?
organization,
Did you just say my rules, Julie? These are board policies. Don't attack me.
Okay, then just let me ask a quick question. Did
stop,
you write-
stop. Let me finish, please. Stop this. Let's not go down this rabbit hole. We live in a world with rules. And the governmental organization makes the rules. And not every law that gets passed in Congress, everybody agrees with. We have two political parties and they're more often than not, they're at odds with one another. And whoever's in control, they make the rules that they want and the world lives by them. We have chaos if we decide we're only going to abide by the rules that we want to abide by. So whether we think this was a fair rule or not, and I don't think tonight's the night to debate whether this policy should exist. The policy did exist and everyone knew what it was.
I
So,
didn't consider it a complaint. I'm sorry.
and
I
now,
didn't.
now the follow-up here, I don't know Ms. Williamson, and I certainly wasn't present to know what was said or what wasn't said. Your response, Julie, to Dr. Kroll, when this came up, your email was, I was contacted by Ms. Williams through an email directed to me. As she already had a firm plan of action in place, I had no interest in redirecting her elsewhere. When the nursing students complained to you and your staff last year, nothing happened. I am not the story here. The story is students and parents are questioning what is being taught under your leadership. There is not a single mention in that email about anything being told in confidence.
Well, I
The
think it
parent
just
wanted,
said
the
that.
parent wanted a resolution to a problem. She reached out to you to assist in that resolution, and you listened and said, no, we'll just let the president be blindsided by a complaint to a media
That's
organization.
not what I said. I
No, but
said
that's
to
what
call
happened.
her.
That's what happened.
I said to call
Why
her.
couldn't you have just picked up the phone and called Dr. Kroll and just said, here's the issue?
If she told me that in confidence, why would I?
Did Ms.
That-
Williamson, when you
She
talked to her,
said she
say-
said it in.
I know that, but
So are you calling her a liar?
no, I'm
You're
not.
literally
It just,
saying
no,
this.
That's what you.
that's not
Yes,
what
you
she,
absolutely
that's
are.
not my understanding of what she ever told Dr.
But that's
Kroll
what
when
she
this came
told
up.
us as a board today.
Do you have a recording of that conversation?
I
Really
said I wasn't
inappropriate.
there.
Wow.
She did not tell me when I was on the telephone with her either time that she had told you things in confidence. She told me that you had corresponded by email. But she didn't say that she had told you anything in confidence.
Can I just cut right to the chase of this? This says a trustee, this action should be taken. I don't care what you guys have written in your policy. You can't mandate that a private citizen who talks to me, I must report their conversation to my employee, Dr. Kroll. I will not do that. That's a violation of their free speech. You cannot mandate my speech. You cannot enforce me to talk about a private conversation to anyone. I don't care what your bylaws say, and I will not do it. And right above it, it says interaction with citizens. Citizens of the community college may bring issues which deserve attention of the full board. Board members should avoid comments till the entire board has an opportunity to thoroughly discuss the matter. The following should govern the board. We should listen courteously, inform the matter. They'll be given careful consideration, which is what we've done tonight. But you can't say, you're putting a restriction on every single person in Butler County that they can't talk to me without me reporting it to Dr. Kroll.
So why would
And
they
that's
have-
an unenforceable, stupid bylaw that I will not obey. Yes, Julie violated it. I will violate it. I have a guy at church that used to be a trustee that complains about the college constantly. I don't pass that on to Dr. Kroll. He's talking to me personally. Driving on, you can't, that's not enforceable policy.
It's not the first complaint I've received. She really did.
But that's my whole point. I don't care if you're saying it's in confidence. She said, he said, you can't mandate my speech.
Don't you think there's a fundamental difference between somebody at church venting about the college and someone saying, I have this specific issue right now and I'm going to the media about it? Those don't seem to me to be an apples to apples comparison.
It doesn't say that. If it,
No, I'm talking about this particular, the
no,
example.
I'm
you
talking about
drew.
in general, as the policy is written, it is poorly written and stupid, and I will not obey it. And that's the point of this whole thing. Yes, she violated it. I've told you all, I've had teachers take me to lunch. They didn't buy me lunch. We split lunch and we've had a discussion about concerns they had and possibly complaints if I define it. They have Dr. Kroll's email and could easily, and I passed people's, like, here's the list of board of trustees. Here's all of our emails. There you go. Do what you want with it, but I'm under no obligation. You can't mandate my speech that I have to report that. If, for instance, if there's a sexual complaint against somebody and I tell Dr. Kroll, if nothing happens, I mean, she can't be the ultimate arbiter of that. I mean, that complaint would need to go to the police, but
Dr. Kroll, do you have a comment?
Yeah. The Higher Learning Commission requires that we keep a log and we keep track of student complaints. And that we have to identify how they're resolved, how long it takes us to resolve them. It's part of a report that we have to keep on file that they will look at when they're here. Anytime that there's a student complaint that comes to anybody, it's important that we know about it so that we can work to resolve that complaint in the appropriate way. I think it's important for the board to understand that you potentially could be involved in the resolution of that if that grievance gets appealed through a number of different steps. In this case, I wasn't aware of the complaint until Patrick Richardson contacted me. And, I'm blindsided by that. And had to ask him to tell the mother to call me so that we could start to try and resolve that complaint. As soon as I knew about it, and after I had a chance to talk to her, I got a hold of the deans and the deans started to work on it right away. We were delayed days in working to try and resolve that complaint because trustee Winslow didn't give me a heads up. All she had to do was call me and say, or email me and say, I've had a concern issued by this parent. And I want you to be aware of it. I still to this day have not received any information from trustee Winslow, about that conversation that she had with the mother. And so, we were delayed in trying to resolve and look into that concern.
Is a
As soon as I knew about it, the deans got started on it. So that was the first I knew about it, was when Patrick Richardson reached out to me.
I didn't know that she had gone anywhere until he called me.
She talked to you on the 17th of
I didn't
November.
know she'd gone to Patrick Richardson.
I didn't know that
until
either.
he emailed.
No,
So-
what the point is, you knew about this complaint on October 17th.
Yeah.
And I heard from Patrick Richardson on October 20th. To today, I still have not heard anything from you directly by email or by phone call for
Kim,
you to tell me what she said to you.
I will not violate her competences. Whatever she's already shared is all there's going to be. Now, to my knowledge, she's shared a lot of stuff with the dean in her conversation through her son, whatever. At least that's what I was told. If that's not true, you need to tell me. But you can't control every person in this college, and we actually are your boss. We
Excuse-
are.
Well, let's not.
And
This isn't-
the other thing-
you
this
can
is
make
for the-
up all of these bylaws you want,
Come on, Stop.
but you can't make
Dr.
it
Kroll
happen.
didn't make up
And you can
anything.
do a
The
little-
board approved,
excuse me.
the board approved the bylaws.
Excuse me. you
Don't
can-
make this a personal
No,
attack
not
against
the
Dr. Kroll.
board.
Yes,
Okay.
the board.
Five.
The
of
board.
The
seven.
board is an
Five of the
entity.
seven.
And previous
Yes,
boards.
that's how government works.
Government works. They always try to bait people and they
So-
always just put stuff in there like, go ahead and stab them on your way out. And if you don't do it, you're going to be in trouble. No, this is a ridiculous policy and you know it. You brought it to the table yourself because you didn't like the fact that the nurses emailed Shelby and I.
Julie, this policy
Yes,
has been
that
in
is
place since the fall of
Since then-
2020.
Since then,
No, we didn't
since the
bring it.
nurses
No.
were upset and were
It was a
emailing.
year before that.
Yeah.
It was a year before
year
that. You need to go
before that.
back and check your dates.
No, you.
The other
check it.
thing,
It's been 2 years.
the other thing I would like to say is that this college and the administrators and the deans and the faculty on a regular basis deal with confidential issues.
Yep.
I understand that completely. Excuse
That
me,
is so
I
disrespectful.
don't think that you do
I
understand.
do
because
understand
I
confidential
understand
issues, Julie.
confidentiality and you don't when it comes to this case.
Let me explain. When the mother called, I do understand confidentiality. Because when the mother called, we did not have a FERPA release on file that I could talk to her about her son. She had called the registrar's office for information and the registrar's office told her the same thing. We have to have a FERPA release so that we can talk to you. We understand confidentiality because we deal with sensitive information all the time. And I am adamant that I've spent my entire career in higher ed and I've dealt with confidential issues very appropriately. And I understand what happens if you don't.
Well,
And so don't accuse me of not being able to maintain confidential information because I
I didn't
can.
accuse you of that.
Yes, you did. You
I
just
said you
did.
Didn't understand it.
No,
from
you
what
just said that I couldn't keep this information confidential.
Oh, dear God, Kim, look,
Did
we're
you-
gonna disagree. That's all there is to it. Okay? You want to smile and smirk all you want. That's fine.
Whoa, stop.
But in a professional environment, this kind of crap doesn't happen. The boards and businesses, they don't go, oh, well, Sherry didn't do this. So by golly, we're gonna punish her by taking away her briefcase for 2 weeks.
I don't
I mean,
even understand what you're talking
I
about.
understand that you want everything to come through your office.
That's what
okay?
the policy says.
I understand that, but I am not going to disclose every person that calls me and complains.
I'm
It's
talking,
not
this is a
going to
student
happen.
complaint. This is a
It's
student
not going to
complaint.
happen.
Did you offer to share with the Rose Hill School Board last night copies of your correspondence?
I did.
Okay, would you share it with us?
I will, if you so want it. But you got it all.
Well, I guess
I
I'm,
mean,
what
No,
the-
you offered to share
Ms.
your actual
Bradley
emails
has
back.
What was-
already
okay.
sent you the attachments that Kim got. I mean,
Did
I
you
don't,
speak, did you speak with Ms. Williams or was it just an email exchange?
no, she actually emailed me for me to call her.
Okay.
And I did call her at that point. And I told you what I said. Of course, you know, my word's no good, I guess, because I told you what happened. She even told you what happened, and still it doesn't matter. But hey, go ahead and do what you have to do for us.
So this isn't just me.
We have
I
bigger
am-
fish to fry.
Stop. Absolutely, we
your
absolutely do. Oh, that has nothing to do with this.
Oh, that's everything to do with it.
Shelby,
So are you threatening
We
it?
could just
Saying it's
chill
bigger.
out a little bit. It's a 3-3 vote tonight, no matter what happens, and drive on. But just to clarify earlier, I'm not being a total jerk on this policy. I did receive a complaint regarding a class. They didn't feel like they were being taught in an effective manner, blah, blah, blah. I passed that on.
It got dealt with,
Yes, it
correct?
did. Yeah, I'm
In a
just
very
saying,
appropriate way.
yes, it did.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that was something I passed on. I'm not going to, you can't mandate I pass on everything if I don't deem it.
part of the problem is
So
we have
that's a nuance to my.
we are
what I
supposed
said
to
earlier.
abide by the policies that the board has passed.
I
And the
understand.
board is the entity. It's not what I personally think the policy should or shouldn't be, or what anybody else is.
You gotta
And-
do what you gotta.
And one of the, well, part of the problem is one of the governance issues that we're gonna get looked at by Higher Learning Commission is, do we abide by our policies? And
Can
each
they
person
advise us
on
whether or
their
not
own.
this is an appropriate policy? Because I would really
Well,
like to know that.
Then the board, from a legal standpoint, I don't think there's been, Ray's not here and I'm not
He
the
reviewed
college's
this.
counsel. There is nothing illegal about this policy. There is nothing unconstitutional about this policy. You may not like it, I get that. There is nothing unconstitutional about requiring trustees, elected officials to this organization to disclose this information. Now, you can argue whether it's should be the requirement or not, but there's nothing unlawful about it.
It does
And-
not, it does not say must, it says should.
So.
And I don't think it's legal to mandate my speech.
What you would be incorrect, but that's okay.
I would be happy to find out.
So what
But
do
I
you
mean,
think-
that,
I get it.
we're going down a rabbit hole. It's, the point to this is there was a complaint. We have a policy that governs how we handle it. We need to follow our rules for how we handle it. So
I
I think
didn't
the
follow
first,
the rules with the nurses.
the
when they
first-
said this.
the first question is, we need to vote on whether there was a violation of the policy.
We're not done with discussion, sorry.
Your level of disrespect for someone who speaks about how professional organizations work is sometimes unbelievable.
And are you the model?
I am trying to move us along in accordance with our policy. What else would you like
And
to
the
present?
only other thing that I wanted to say, if you don't mind, is that when the nursing students started writing emails to a couple of the different trustees, you didn't come and cry about it and accuse us of violating any board policies, or is this something that you adopted after that?
It was a violation of board policy, and I think that there was a
Why didn't
choice.
you just say something
Well,
about it?
because I think this has finally gotten to the point where there's deep concern about what the Higher Learning Commission is going to say when they're here. We can go back and do an entire list of violations of board policies over time. It's fairly easy to do. But this
great.
board did not choose to address violation of board policy until this student complaint.
Okay.
But you're correct. Your correspondence back and forth with the nursing students directly is a violation of board policy.
Well, I think the violation came from not telling you. And we saw what happened when they went through the right authorities, basically nothing.
Let's try to stay on point.
Or-
please.
When you're ready.
Linda, go ahead.
Okay, well, it's obvious I filed the complaint. You didn't have to violate anybody's confidentiality if you would have called and said, Kim, there's a problem with some students in some Rose Hill classes. Would you please look into it? I am not able to tell you who approached me, but the guy at church, no, there's no reason. There's nothing that can be done to appease him. But if somebody came to you and told you about something, I think we should have more loyalty to the college to protect it. Not Kim, I'm not saying Kim, but when it makes us look really bad when an outside agency is coming in and asking about something when we knew you didn't have to rat out the people or anything else. But I mean, in in a spirit of working together, I do think that we should make the issues known. So if we know something's going on out there, if somebody came to us and said something was happening in a department or an instructor did or whatever, and you hear it, it doesn't hurt to just make her aware. You don't want to make her aware? I guess you can make Force aware, but as a board, we need to be addressing these things together and under some kind of guidelines.
Maybe we need a portion that says something about you don't wish to divulge the confidence of the person that called you or notified you, then do this.
I would, to your point, I think you would have to redefine if someone brings issues to us or we receive a complaint from someone. That needs to be explicitly defined if someone is complaining to me about something or there is an official issue that needs addressed, because that can be looked at both ways.
We can all talk about all the stuff people come to us and say. But there's, most of it isn't
Right,
something.
or during the,
come
for
here.
instance, before we passed the budget this year, I got a lot of emails that could have been complaints about taxes. I didn't forward those on to Dr. Kroll. But I'm assuming we all got different emails that were
But
complaining, but that could be technically defined as receiving a complaint.
But isn't the context of this where that the college can do something about it, where there's a remedy? I mean, to me, that's the difference here. You had a mom that was dissatisfied with something we were doing in that moment, in that class affecting her son. This wasn't the college taxes us too much, or, I mean, it wasn't some generic, I'm griping about the college. There was specificity to it that not only should have been addressed, but was going to be addressed through a media complaint.
And
I-
now
I
has been
gen-
addressed by 2 boards.
I genuinely don't feel like the outcome would have been any different. I mean, had she known 3 days earlier, because that's the timeline you stated, October 17th to October 20th. I don't think you finding that out 3 days earlier would have changed the course of anything. I don't think it would have changed how you reacted to it. I just don't think that's logical.
But
I think it,
Hang on.
I
Start
think
off.
that it could have helped because the complaint came to me. I was able to get a hold of Dean's on Friday. So it was an entire weekend that we had to wait. I mean, I talked to the mother on Friday. So
But
it was
what
an
would have
entire
changed?
weekend. Well, I don't know that the outcome would have changed, but I could have talked to that mother sooner. The deans could have gotten involved the very first part of that week and started to resolve and work through that during that week instead of the following week. The outcomes may not have been any different, but it's the fact that we would have been able to address it more directly and more quickly instead of me finding out about it from the Sentinel. I don't know if that's the right and appropriate way to find out about a complaint is from the Kansas Sentinel. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for the trustee to tell me
You know
about
what?
it?
I didn't call the Kansas Sentinel.
I
She
didn't
gets
say you did.
publications from them.
I didn't say you did,
I
but you
think that's why
certainly
you're
could.
mad. That's why you're mad. It is really have nothing to do with whether or
I'm
not
not.
I passed it on to you.
I'm not
As much
mad.
as you were caught by surprise when you got a phone call. Well, you know what?
But what if
You're
it had
the
been
head
an
of the university.
What
That's
if it
what's
had been
gonna
an
happen.
article? I mean, what if Dr.
They
Cole
did
had been
put an
blinds-
article in.
What if she'd been blindsided by an article in the Eagle?
Well, we were not too long ago.
Stop.
But you asked, what if we
No.
have been blindsided? I'm giving you an example. We were not too long ago.
That wasn't a student complaint.
Okay,
Shelby.
To specifically answer your response, you say, she should have reported this, it could have happened this way, blah, 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 blah. The nurses specifically, the young lady, I forget her name, she was threatened by legal action by one of her supervisors. If she showed up at the hospital, he was gonna call the cops or whatever. We had a work session devoted to this topic. 20-some nurses showed up to speak, and they were denied permission to speak by Mr. Lechtenberg, the chair.
Which was consistent with our bylaws.
what?
However, Robert's rules allows a 2/3 override of the chair's decision. I didn't know that at the time. I would have called for that vote. But I'm just saying, in the past, the culture of what happened when someone complained, they all showed up to even talk about it. And it's like, no, you guys can't talk.
They
We
could have
won't
come
allow
back if we followed
I'm
our
just saying-
bylaws. How
I'm
is
just
that
saying there wasn't
wrong?
what you said earlier about a resolution, there was no resolution when somebody actually complained and followed up with another work session about it, and still nothing happened. That's probably, that could have been maybe what someone was thinking about, like, well, nothing happen last time, so why is it gonna happen this
I
time?
think I pretty much put that in my email.
That doesn't sound like keep this in confidence. That sounds like I have no faith you're going to do what I think I want you to do.
You can take it however you want, but I still.
That could be her honest
It's-
opinion. She has a right to her opinion.
Does anybody else want to, I mean, we're going around in circles.
I'd love to just put an action on the table and move forward.
Okay, well, let's, we first need to vote. What is of the six, excuse me, of the five members that are here? We need to vote on whether there is a belief that the policy as it's written was violated. And then we
And where
can,
does it say I can't vote?
in the violation of board policy.
And where is that?
It's board policy 1040.
So is the verbiage on the policy, like Shelby said, should versus shall? I mean, is that semantics
should.
as far as like you
I
have
didn't
to?
do what I should have done.
We discussed it, but to be honest, I just kind of took the verbiage as you have to.
It
But
says
if there's
should.
leniency on that, then
Whereas our mileage, it says you shall, and none of
I
us have been
don't
paid mileage.
hear
That's a
about the
violation of
underlying
board policy.
let's look up the
So-
definition of should.
Yeah, look up the,
Violation of board policy?
No, the
Yeah,
bylaws,
there.
that just.
Because that's the difference on whether or not it was.
Yeah, that's
there
the
was a second
section,
on
that's the
that.
section of the board bylaws. Actually, I tried to look them up today on the website so I could get a up-to-date version, but
Used
they are
to
not.
indicate.
They are, I've emailed you all the
Desirable
up-to-date. This is
desirable
not-
or expected state.
Julie, to your question, the policy says, once the board chair has assembled the evidence, the charge will be presented to the board for action at the next regular board meeting occurring at least 30 days. The board members not subject to the charge will determine whether or not the charge is a violation of board policy. The evidence proves the facts constituting the charge did occur. So was the policy violated? Yes or no? If the
Okay,
majority,
so
if the majority vote of the board members not subject to the charge determine evidence doesn't support above, the issues resolved. If a majority vote of the board members not subject to the charge determines those questions were yes, then the board may, by majority vote of those board members not subject to the charge, determine what further action to take, if any.
is this also under the board policy? You have to have a quorum for an action, not just a majority. Is that, does that also?
we have a
apply?
quorum.
Yeah, it would.
We have a
We have a
quorum.
quorum.
Well, if you don't get 4 votes.
Well, you would have to
Four.
have 4 votes to take, for the action to be
Yeah.
binding, there would have to be 4 votes. That's
Okay,
correct.
I would move that we find that trustee Winslow did not violate the policy based on the definition of the word should, which I'm reading says used to give or ask advice or suggestions. It's not an indicate that this definition of the word should is not you have to. So that would be my motion.
I don't think, I don't think we need a motion, but I understand.
Both
Oh,
an
no,
action
that's,
items, I
no,
assume.
no, I think, well,
We have to
I
determine.
guess
guess
it just-
second it then.
I think the issue is you vote yes or no, depending on.
You had a
I think
motion
The
and a
question
second.
is, the question is the same. No, we don't need a motion in a second.
Well, we just did. a
You
motion
just
and a
did
second.
one. She just did
So
one.
if you don't approve of
Okay.
it, vote no and drive on to the next thing. That's,
Yeah.
It's a decision.
If the question is, do I believe she violated the policy based on that definition, I would say no. I
Okay,
think Shelby would say no. You three would
I think the question presented to us, and I think it doesn't change your position, Kim. The complaint alleges the violation, so the question we have to answer is, do we believe that the allegation in the complaint, do we believe it violated the policy, and do we believe it occurred? I think you can combine those into one question of, do we believe there was a violation of board policy?
I do not.
Okay. Can you call that, please, Jennifer?
Trustee Brungart,
No.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's right.
she's, sorry. Trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
no.
Okay.
I think you just violated Robert's rules. She made a motion.
I don't.
I
think
made
it's-
a second. You have to
And
have
no vote.
discussion and a vote. You all just vote no on it, vote it down, and then do what we
Okay.
just did. Don't
Just make it-
violate Robert's rules just because you want to plow through this.
Well, I'm trying
No,
to.
there was
follow-
a motion and a second. We can't
No,
just
we didn't
ignore that,
need- well,
Mr. Chair. I mean, we
Okay,
can't.
that's fine. Let us back up then. There is a motion and a second. Can you?
I'm
Jennifer,
moving
did you
that,
track what the motion was, or Kim, can you restate it?
my motion was that we find that that trustee Winslow did not violate the policy based on the definition of the word should, that it's not a mandated thing within the policy.
I second.
Okay. I don't think we need any more discussion. So it's the same question we just asked. It's just
Reversed, yeah.
it's reversed.
Okay. Ready for the vote?
Yes, please.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly. Trustee Rhodes,
No.
trustee Shearer,
No.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that motion fails
Yes.
2-3. It is also apparent to me from that motion that the reverse also fails 3-2 because we don't have 4. So I think with that, this issue is resolved.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask the administration to add something to these bylaws that say, if you wish to maintain confidence, this is how you do it.
Why don't we decide whether, if this is something we want to take up, let's send a note before the next meeting, and if we want to suggest changes
Okay,
to our policies, we can do it either at a work session or
That's
at a
fine.
meeting down the road.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next action item is, we've got the added ones, that, the first of which was, the review of the board minutes from last month. Those are on page 52 of your board book.
Yeah, and the only thing I wanted to change, just to reflect. I forget her name, it came from Rose Hill.
What page are you on? please?
53, I'm sorry, at the very bottom, it said Sherry Williamson shared concerns about dual credit course issue with the board. I move that the word concerns be changed to complaints.
Okay.
Because that more aptly reflects, she was not sharing a concern, which is a worried or nervous feeling. She was sharing a complaint, which means the statement that a situation is unsatisfactory or unacceptable, which is what she said.
That's fine.
And that reflects it without going
Change.
into it. That's my motion.
Okay. Is your motion then to approve the minutes with that amendment?
With that, changing the one word from concerns to complaints. That's my only.
Do we have a second to
And
that?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
This change, yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0. Next item is,
No, wait. Is that the only minutes discussion we're gonna have?
we just approved them.
We approved Shelby's change.
No, I asked
But I
Shelby if
had
the
a
motion was
question.
to approve the minutes with that.
No,
amendment.
you're thinking consent agenda, Julie. There's an item. Rose Hill, and there's also about the Rock Regional, which is not in the minute.
Maybe so, but
Yeah.
no, I just had a question in general about the minutes. Can I ask that? When would be a good?
Sure, what was the question?
My question in general about the minutes is who writes them?
Jennifer watches the video
Okay.
and transcribes.
Mhm.
We review them together
Mm-hmm.
to look for accuracy and stuff like that. So
Oh.
it's
Because
part of her
I-
responsibility as the board clerk.
Because although I think she probably, I'm just wondering how much she includes that you take out, frankly.
Come on.
Julie,
I
you
think
know
that's
what? You know what,
offensive.
Julie?
Look,
That's why we put the
Look, Kim,
YouTube, that's
I
why we
would
put the
like a better
YouTube.
description when somebody comes in. I want their name and I would also like what they came about, not just in one sentence. The
That's,
description of what they came about.
that's why we've put the YouTube, the actual YouTube minutes so that folks can go back and look at that sections very specifically. That,
know-
some institutions, some minutes are simply the motions and the votes. They don't have any detail to them. But I think Shelby was the one a while ago that said
On the timestamp, yes.
appreciated the times
Yes,
for the
time
YouTube.
is very
That's
good.
why we've done it, to try and cut down the amount that's in there, and people are welcome to go back and look at the YouTubes. The YouTubes are posted on the website. And if they want to know what her complaints were about, they can go back and look at it.
Does the HLC review any of the videos?
Yes, they will. They'll review all of the minutes, the agendas and
The videos,
well, right now, when we
the
up,
actual meetings.
they will, some of them will be watching them before they come, I'm sure.
Dr. Speary said
The evidence that we have to upload to their portal has to all be PDFs. And so we're trying to figure out how to create access for them to the videos, but they're all on the website. And they will be looking at those things before they come in.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay, our next moved action item was the pullout of the Rock Regional
Agreement.
Hospital Clinical Agreement. Shelby, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had several. It said there's no funding source. Is this gonna be similar to cloud? Are we sending our teachers there?
Callie.
Sorry, page 120.
This is, yeah, on page
120.
120. This is simply, this is like the agreements that we have with Ascension Via Christi or
Oh, so
Wesley.
we're
where
not
we
setting up an additional nurse.
No,
I couldn't
no,
tell.
we're just sending the students there for their clinical
That's fine. I was
experiences.
just asking
So
for some clarification, because I couldn't tell.
it's just one of those partnership things.
Yeah. I have no further questions.
Would entertain a motion to approve that clinical agreement.
I would so move.
I'll second.
I figured since you took it out, you need to make the motion now.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, the next added item was the CEP agreement for Rose Hill, which is on, I'm sorry, I didn't mark down what page it's on.
118.
But Heather very eloquently explained why there was differences.
We would just need a motion.
But
and
we,
approve it.
you need
Since
to,
we pulled it out of the
Yeah,
consent
yeah.
agenda, we need to separately
We
approve it.
used to need to approve it then, right?
Yep.
Need a Okay, I'll motion to approve that agreement with Rose Hill, the CEP agreement.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right, I'll fight for a second.
Ready?
Yes, please.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
yes,
trustee Smith.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0. Would entertain a motion to approve the remainder of the consent. Well, I guess, what is the consent agenda?
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
And I'll second it.
Okay, trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes. I had a
Okay.
question. Was the biology teacher, did he graduate Butler?
Yes.
Like 2017 or so?
Supplemental information. Dr. Mohammed, I think you said you had, that would be for next month, or do you have?
I have one item, one update, which is the transfer of GPN hours. And we noticed the most recent information is from fall 2021, just released 2 weeks ago. This is a group of our students who come up, who start at the four-year colleges after getting out of here. What you notice is 50.2 hours each of them are taking with them as they transfer to the four-year institution, along with a GP of 3.26. What I wanted to emphasize in addition to that is those 50.2 hours. That essentially translates into a saving of $4 million.
Wow.
4 million. And for Butler County residents, because all of them are not from here, that translates into a saving of $800,000 for families here. That's what we're talking about. I'll take the easy questions. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That's Carl. Anything else?
Just a reminder about the nurses pinning Thursday night.
Okay,
One, I'm sorry, one other thing that I
Thank you.
forgot,
Back.
and I will email you about it. I meant to mention that on January 18th, and the reason because our board meeting, this will be right after the board meeting. On January 18th, the community colleges, we started this last year, the community colleges will be doing donuts with the legislators in the basement of the Capitol from 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. that morning. That's a Board of Regents meeting day. And we met them last year as they were coming through the doors and visited with them. And so I just want to let you know, you're welcome to join the presidents and some of the trustees in the basement of the Capitol if you want to that morning. And I'll remind you at the January meeting, but they come kind of close together. So
I enjoyed it last year, but I'm not gonna be unable to this year.
that it? Okay, we have a exec session at the back. The language to move into that is on page 133. Just need to note, in terms of the members. Well, I guess the list there will include the members that will be there at the start of the meeting. Some would be excused for the second half of the meeting or the second portion of the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move the board recess into executive session pursuant to open meetings exceptions for matters of non-elected personnel, which if discussed in open meeting might violate the right to privacy and the members of the board. President Kim Kroll, Dr. Tony Neville, Dr. Susan Bradley. I don't know where she went. And John Craig will be included.
I want to include Heather Rinkenbach too, if we can, please.
And Heather Reichenbach.
We have it set. Do we believe that 60 minutes is adequate, recognizing both issues? I don't know
think
that
at
the
this
first
point,
issue is
yeah.
gonna take much.
Yeah.
Okay,
We beat that horse pretty hard tonight.
okay. Do we still want to leave?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do we still want to leave it at 60?
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
We can
Or
come
we
out
can
early.
leave early,
You wanna
right?
Finish the motion then.
well, yeah, we have nothing else on the agenda,
So
so
we never get done early.
The
I
open
always
meeting
think
will
we
resume in the Danker trustee boardroom within 60 minutes.
do we have a second to that?
I would second.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes,
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee
Sorry.
Smith.
Yes.
okay,
I cut
and
my
I will,
video.
I'll note,
Y'all know us. Sorry.
I'll note the times when we come back going in. Thanks, everybody. Have a good evening.
When you go to our page, go to search, but there's the download for it. I don't know where this is, should have been removed because this says work. This is what's
Okay.
being fixed. So
I
this is
just
not-
thought
I
I'd
understand.
cross-reference it
I-
to
It
last
took me a while
minute.
to find that, so, but this is the address to download the. It's
Yeah,
the,
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got one
No, I see
downloaded
what you're
already
saying.
that Kim
Yeah, I
sent.
could-
I just wanted
That was messed up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good evening, anybody out there that's watching us. It is 9:53. We officially went in at 8:53, so we are out at 9:53. Would entertain a motion to
I would
adjourn.
move to adjourn.
A fight for the motion.
Sorry, I can't write that fast.
No, go ahead.
Okay, trustee Brungart,
Now I want to hang out.
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee
Don't get a
Rhodes,
quorum,
Yes.
they just-
trustee Winslow,
Good sense, yeah.
trustee Shearer.
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.